Thank you. Good evening. This is our May 23rd regular board meeting of the Board of Education for the Livermore Valley Joint Unified School District. Obviously, we have our boardroom open, but we're also doing this over Zoom, and that is to provide a better opportunity for our community at large. The Board of Education of the Livermore Valley Joint Unified School District, we're reconvening open session at 19:16 hours. Be advised these meetings are televised on local channel 28, the Great Tri-Valley TV, Wednesdays and Saturday mornings, and on Monday, Friday, and Saturday mornings. Saturday evenings also. We're going to start this evening. Normally we have some kids we're doing recognitions of, but tonight we have a special treat. We're going to do our flag salute, and we're going to have our students that are board members from our two comprehensive high schools. If you could lead us in the pledge, please. Ask everyone go ahead and stand and remove your hats. Yeah, please. Yeah. We're on your count.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I mentioned we're coming in from closed session, and the actions that we take in closed session, we report out. And so I would ask Trustee Guzman, if you could read out any actions taken by the board tonight.
Yes, we had two actions, so I'll go ahead and read those. In closed session earlier tonight, the board voted 5-0 to support the staff recommendation that employee D, serving their probationary period, be released from their position. In addition, in closed session earlier tonight, the board voted 5-0 to support the staff recommendation that employee E, serving their probationary period, be released from their position.
Thank you very much. And then one other action that's an open session action relative to a closed session discussion. I'd ask Trustee Druin if you could take that for us.
Mr. President, in closed session, we received information pertaining to the recommended expulsion of student K. Based upon that information, I move that we approve the staff recommendation for the stipulated expulsion of student K.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Trustee Druin that's been seconded by Trustee Prusso. Any discussion on the motion? Madam Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Trustee Guzman.
Aye.
Trustee Druin.
Aye.
Myself, aye. Trustee Wong. Aye. President Bueno.
Aye. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Clearly, we have a pretty packed house. The entry's pretty full as well. Just a little housekeeping thing. The ways out of here, in case we have to leave, is obviously the back door that's open. There's also a side door. There's also one in the very, very back there. If we were to have to leave for any particular reason, I would ask everyone just to orderly walk from the building. And if during the course of the meeting, anyone needs to use the restroom facilities, they're right across the hallway. There's both bathrooms over there. And following your item, feel free. Sometimes we take some pictures. Some of the kids are, if anyone's recognized or anything, people take photos out in the lobby, and feel free that you're not disrupting the meeting following an item to kind of move on out, if you like. So again, this is our regular meeting for the Board of Education for Livermore Valley Joint Unified School District, and our primary focus here is on the education of the students within this district. During the meeting, you, our members of the public, will have the time to voice your ideas and concerns regarding matters within the jurisdiction of this agency. And during our discussion on an agenda item, there'll be a time for you to have the opportunity to discuss it. If the item is not on the agenda, I'd ask you, and you'd like to come up and speak, please fill out a tan speaker card. I've got a few here. If it's on the agenda, then we're going to fill out a blue card. It's one like one of these. And just kind of fill out what item, and that way I know which one it is. On each one of those, you get 3 minutes. Please come up one time. If folks, when someone's talking, we'll make sure that your microphone is on. We can tell from here that it's on. And we'll start a timer, the 3-minute timer. And that way you have time to put your thoughts together. But we want to capture the video and the audio because these meetings are televised and recorded and played back on the computer. So if folks in the back of the room behind the speaker, if you agree, just you can put your hand up. Try to refrain from any of the audio stuff because it just takes away from the speaker, and we want to capture what they're saying. We really want to hear what folks are saying. So it's just a courtesy thing. We have a really good high level and a very well-respected level of decorum here, and it's appreciated because there's a lot of different perspectives on points of view, and we want to hear from you. And again, it's 3 minutes, and when you get down to around 2 minutes and 30 seconds, we'll see a timer as well as the speaker, and I might just whisper 30 seconds. I'm not looking to be rude or break your stride. It's just so that we stay in sync and try to wrap it up right when the clock gets to 0 or a little bit before. Just a reminder, these meetings are televised, so your image may be captured on one of the cameras inside here, and they are exactly at Channel 28, Wednesday and Saturday evenings at 7 p.m., Monday mornings at 10 a.m., Friday and Saturday mornings at 0900. Moving into section 4, this is any particular changes to our agenda, and I'd ask our superintendent, Mr. Van Schack, if we have any changes, let us know what they are.
Mr. President, we have one minor change. Item 10.4 reads in the agenda as Extended Learning Opportunity Program Plan, and it should state Expanded Learning Opportunity Program Plan. Changes have been made in other locations, but the agenda was published prior to this change.
Thank you very much. If we can move right into section 5, these are recognitions. If you could introduce 5-1, please.
Mr. Moreno, I'm going to let you do the honors as board president of two outstanding students who've been with us all year and deserve this opportunity for some special recognition.
Thank you. So just a little background on it. We have two representatives. So they led us in the pledge this morning, or this evening, Loudon Philbrick and Mackenzie Weary from Granada and Livermore High, respectively. They come in, they're elected from their sites. They come in, they give us updates on what's going on with academics, sports, spirit, keep us in sync with what's going on at our comprehensive high schools. So there's a lot of demand on the position. It gives them a little purview into how the board operates. They attend our meetings regularly and give us input, and so that what they do is appreciated. So we're going to run a little small presentation. This is the end of their cycle. They're going to graduate, and we're going to tell you a little bit about what they have planned. Both of them very accomplished students, very involved in their school, very involved in leadership, and both have aspirations to go on to college and do great things. This is a leadership position. They're going to move on and do great things and represent the city of Livermore. So a big hand for Loudon and Mackenzie. All the way around. Yeah, please, come on around. Mr. Van Schack has a nice plaque for you guys, the first of many, I'm sure. That's a kilometer. Nicely done. Thank you. Next circle right back. We'll snap a picture. Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll do our pictures. We don't have to leave, and we just keep things rolling. You guys stand right here. Look right there. There you go. Thank you both very much. The reason all of us are here, whatever your point of view is, it's about students, and these are two leaders, and they do a great job for our kids. All right, Mr. Van Schack, 5-2, please.
All right, Ms. Thede, could you please introduce our speaker for this evening for our next awards?
Yes, I would like to introduce Miss Leslie Williams, who has done a tremendous job in bringing the Tri-Valley Teacher Induction Program here to Livermore as the oversight agency. And Leslie will be retiring at the end of this year and has had many years of service with our district. So, Leslie, we love you, we adore you, your influence in bringing in new teachers and providing them with the skills that they need to serve our students is going to go on and be your legacy for many decades to come. So thank you for your service to Livermore. And next to her is Miss Alyssa Lopez, who will be succeeding her in the role of coordinator of the Tri-Valley Teacher Induction Program.
Good evening, Board President Bueno, Superintendent Van Schack.
I'll make sure before we get started. The microphone, if you come up and speak, they're real sensitive, but you have to get pretty close to it.
Okay.
So I know it doesn't make much sense. Just put it close to you so we can hear it.
Okay.
Thank
Good
you.
evening, Board President Bueno, Superintendent Van Schack, members of the board, and cabinet. As Ms. Seedy said, I am Leslie Williams, your current TV TIP coordinator and the director of the Tri-Valley Teacher Induction Program. I'd like to introduce Alyssa Lopez, who will be our new director, and she will also be facilitating and coordinating the site visit from the state that is going to be happening in the next couple of years. So she will be coordinating that, and she will be letting you know more about that in the near future.
Okay. We are here though tonight to recognize our teachers who have completed their induction cycle. It's a 2-year cycle that they have put a lot of hard work and time into. They will soon be receiving their California Clear teaching credential. So we just want to recognize the accomplishment of the time they put in and all the contributions that they've made to our district over the past year or two that they've been with us.
We have a little slideshow, but we would like the teachers to come and stand up with us up here as we start the slideshow.
gotta find a little hole, a little pothole. Or we just completely vanish.
Okay, I can see.
We're good.
They can't see. That's fine.
We're good.
See you.
We're the rabbit ear crowd. You can slide to the side.
Okay, ready? Everybody? Can everybody see me? Okay, excellent. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. Okay, while some folks are filing out, it opened up a few seats, so we can let some folks go in. We're going to hold off for 1 sec while some folks exit and kind of work their way through the lobby. That'll make a little bit more room. Give it 1 more sec, Mr. Van Schack.
Okay.
Got a few people walking out of the lobby and
Gotcha.
for those people who have just left, if we can let them get through the lobby on their way out, that way the folks that might be standing outside on the porch are able to get back in. Okay.
All right, thank you very much, President Bueno. I'd like to invite Christine Greer to come forward, please. Ms. Greer? Sorry, you're gonna have to stand in the front. You're gonna have to stand in the front. Sorry. We're gonna make you stand in the front. Just 30 seconds of embarrassment. I apologize. So, welcome. The James Madison Memorial Fellowship of Alexandria, Virginia announced that it has selected Livermore High teacher Christine Greer as one of 50 fellows for 2023. These fellowships support the graduate study of American history by aspiring and experienced secondary teachers across the nation. Named in honor of the 4th President of the United States and acknowledged as the father of the Constitution and Bill of Rights, a James Madison Fellowship funds up to $24,000 of each fellow's course of study toward a master's degree. This is a highly competitive process, and generally only one per state is awarded. So congratulations on that amazing honor. So Christine plans to continue her work toward a master's degree in American history and government at Ashland University in Ohio. This year, she's planning to begin her fellowship with a class on the Supreme Court. A very timely topic. Please join me in congratulating Livermore High School teacher Christine Greer for earning this prestigious award.
Please. Thank you. Yeah. We'll do it here. Right here. No, right here.
You're going to stand in front. Look at you. Yeah, you're fine.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Greer. All right. We're going to move from our recognitions, and we're going to move into section 6. This is the student board member reports. We've previously met, and this is their opportunity, and this is an opportunity to give us updates on what's going on over at Livermore and Granada High Schools. So we'll start with Loudon Philbrick tonight.
Good evening, Board President Bueno, members of the board, Superintendent Van Schack, Cabinet, and community. I'd like to start my report by saying we stand united as a Granada community. Everyone deserves to be treated with respect. Let's unite to make compassionate and positive interactions the standard at Granada High School. Today at school, Granada students from the clubs Humans of Granada and Humans Against Hate have put together a display of 425 chairs and large wooden displays. These chairs and displays are to represent students at Granada who receive hate speech from others on campus. Later tonight, there will be a social media takeover with a message. This message will be posted on all GHS accounts, including clubs, sports, and other school-related accounts. On Wednesday, all teachers will be invited to wear a provided shirt that says, "It takes all of us." Teachers have been given flyers as well with information educating students on what to say when they hear or see hate speech. Now regarding athletics, softball is playing in the NCS semifinal Tuesday night, so right now. Baseball played in the E-ball championship game and made NCS. And here's a rundown of our track and field achievements. Stefano Matucci was the E-ball champ in shot put and discus. Dawson Carisi, NCS Tri-Valley champ in the shot put. Alex Shade, NCS Tri-Valley champion in the 800 meter. Roland Ruckman Barnes was NCS MOC champion in the 3,200 meter. Abby Stein was NCS MOC third place. Alex, Roland, and Abby qualified for the CIF state meet. And for swim, Jack Hendrick won NCS in the 500 freestyle and took second at the CIF state meet. And Brooke Bennett took third in the NCS individual medley and qualified for the state meet. With only 3 weeks remaining in the school year, students are preparing for their finals. Matador Bowl took place on May 12th. There was a large turnout and everyone enjoyed watching the games. And the icing on the cake, however, was the surprise victory by the sophomores who bested the juniors in the finals. Give it up for sophomores. Ooh. This Wednesday is the final athlete breakfast of the year, as well as the final staff lunch of the year. Our Lip Dub will take place this Thursday. For anyone who doesn't know, Lip Dub is a school-wide event in which students lip-sync songs while following a route around the school. This is all filmed and made into one video, which is uploaded to the GHS Studio Broadcast Productions channel on YouTube. The Aloha Rally will be on June 2nd, and this will be the final rally of the year. This rally is to look back on the amazing memories we made this year, as well as send off the seniors in style. Senior Ball was this past Saturday at the San Francisco Exploratorium, and students were able to explore and test out the exhibits that were on display. It was a great experience for anyone who attended. Senior Awards Night is this Wednesday at the Granada Football Stadium. There will be a performance by the GHS Band at 5:30. That might be at 5:50. I think that changed. Followed by the award ceremony at 6 p.m. Disney Grad Night is next Tuesday, May 30th. Students are to meet at Granada at 12:30 a.m. and they depart from GHS at 1:30 a.m. Students will spend the whole rest of the day in Disney and they'll leave the parks at 2:30, returning to Granada by around 10 a.m. Senior breakfast will be on June 9th at 8 a.m. Breakfast is on the gatehouse. Breakfast is on the house and is provided by Safe and Sober Grad Night. Following the breakfast is graduation run-through. The graduation ceremony will be at 5:30 and is open to the public, and the ceremony should last around 60 minutes. Safe and Sober Grad Night will be at 10:30 p.m. and will continue throughout the night until 3:30 a.m. It has been an honor to serve the board as well as the Granada community this past year. I'd like to thank everyone who has helped me along this journey, but for the final time, as a proud Granada student, stay classy, Granada. Thank you.
Thank you, Loudon. And now Mackenzie Weary from Livermore High School.
All right. Good evening, Board President Bueno, members of the board, Superintendent Van Schack, Cabinet, and community. With 3 weeks left of this trimester, most students at LHS are preparing to buckle down and study for their finals. However, seniors are just getting started with their senior activities. Approaching first is the senior grad trip to Anaheim's Disneyland. Students are expected to arrive at LHS at Wednesday at 12 a.m., so tonight, drive on a bus for 6 hours, spend the day at the park, and leave at 2 a.m. on Thursday morning to go home. Though it is a long day, it is definitely what students are looking forward to most. The next big senior event is the Senior Awards ceremony on May 31st. There, students will receive cords, medals, and certificates for all their hard work and accomplishments throughout high school. Next is our senior ball dance, which is set for June 3rd at the Palm Event Center in Pleasanton. Our seniors can't wait to dress up, take pictures, eat dinner, watch a hypnotist, and then dance the night away. On June 9th at 5:30 p.m., our class of 2023's graduation will be taking place on the LHS football field. Finally, senior grad night will be taking place on June 9th, a few hours after graduation, and is sure to be exciting. Our Safe and Sober grad night parents have planned games, food, and lots of prizes for our seniors' last day at LHS. In other news, our LHS freshmen just hosted a movie night on the LHS football field on Friday, 5/19. And another super fun event that the student body is looking forward to is the LHS Belly Flop Fiesta on June 2nd in the new pool. I'd like to recognize our LHS Olympian scholars, Dalton Silva and Elizabeth Ruiz, as well as the students who were nominated. With last weeks of the 2022-2023 school year approaching, we wish all of our students good luck with finals and hope they have a wonderful summer. For the last time, thank you, and remember, today is a great day to be a cowboy.
Thank you both. We also have the privilege of being able to hear from our employee associations. About 1,500 people work for the Livermore Valley Joint Unified School District. We're the second biggest employer in the city, second to the labs. Our elected representatives from those groups are invited to come and speak to us about things that are going on within their respective groups. Tonight, we'll begin with the LEA, Livermore Education Association President, Amy Thompson. Good evening.
There's a fuzzy floating around that I'm sure I'm allergic to. Good evening, Board President Bueno, Superintendent Van Schack, members of the board and cabinet. I'm Amy Thompson, President of the Livermore Education Association, representing teachers, nurses, psychologists, speech pathologists, and teachers on special assignment. Last week, we were able to attend the retirement reception honoring people who have dedicated years of their lives to our students. It was wonderful to see the talent of our students showcased at the event, including the flowers prepared by our horticulture students, the food prepared by our culinary students, and the musical performances by the GHS String Quartet and the LHS Choir. This Thursday, LEA and the LVJUSD bargaining teams will meet for what is hopefully the final negotiation session of the year. We have 2 articles to complete agreements for, and I'm confident that agreements will be reached. Last Friday was the school services presentation of the May revision of the governor's proposed budget for the 23-24 school year. We look forward to scheduling the first meeting of our joint advisory committee to begin our work together of analyzing the impact of state proposals on our district budget. In reviewing the current job postings, I was pleased to see that we are filling opening positions for next year. It's going well. I was especially happy to see that nearly all of the dual immersion teaching positions at Junction are filled. With 11 school days left, sites are starting to enjoy end-of-the-year activities, which will culminate in promotion and graduation. The celebrations of this time of year are well earned by our students who have worked hard all year to grow and learn. Thank you. And of course, a congratulations to our TB-TIP graduates who worked hard all year to clear their credentials. Thank you.
Thank you very much. CSEA, it's full house, and I'm not sure if she's here, but we have Stephanie Wagner is with CSEA, California State Employees Association, and then SEIU is Kirsty Governor, and then our confidential is Lily Lopez. We're going to move into communication from the public. This is 8.1, audience communication. So communication from the public is the time for our public to comment either in writing or verbally on any item that is not on the agenda. Now, we, the board, may listen to the comment, and we may ask clarifying questions, but we can neither discuss nor take action at this meeting on topics that are not on the agenda. This is in accordance with the Brown Act. So if you'd like to address a topic that is not on this evening's agenda, now is the time to do so. We've already gone through all the precursor on this, the 3 minutes, and I'm going to call folks up in no particular order. And we have one here. There's a couple of handouts with it, and we'll distribute those after. Mrs. Jackie Coda. Good evening. Okay. Yep, you just be a little closer, that's all.
Thank you, and sorry for the printing. My black ink gave out tonight. So good evening, board. I have a handout that I'd like for you to take a look at. I'm here tonight to emphasize the importance of reporting concerning incidents through when you see something, say something approach. Our district has faced challenging situations in the past, including instances where I personally had to bring forward concerns about inappropriate behavior by an adult towards children on school grounds. Subsequently, the district and its students were exposed to disturbing acts committed by individuals like Hummer Mom and the teacher Marie Johnson. Unfortunately, these acts were preceded by rumors, every parent's worst nightmare, and turned out to be true. It is disheartening to witness the propagation of hate on school campuses. And during the recent election, I became aware of a meme circulated internally on district servers that contained hateful rhetoric. The same toxic messaging from that meme is now impacting students who are unjustly labeled as homophobic or transphobic when they express disagreement with certain behaviors and language pushed by a substitute teacher with a militant agenda. I personally experienced derogatory name-calling in the meme when I simply pointed out the fact that there are only two genders. It is alarming that this individual is now attempting to discredit concerned parents by baselessly labeling them as homophobic or transphobic for raising valid concerns about explicit material and sexual agendas being exposed to their children. I present this matter before the board and administration with a firm request to put an immediate end to these practices. The administration needs to consider the liability they're putting themselves in, allowing a toxic substitute teacher to spread hateful rhetoric about community members and parents, and should not be invited back to teach in this district. It is crucial to teach children that the world encompasses diverse opinions and not everyone will always agree. Our focus should be on instilling conflict resolution skills without resorting to hateful rhetoric. The educators in this district played an important role in my children's education, particularly in fostering inclusivity, teaching them how to interact with peers with special needs. They were exposed to human aspect of developmental challenges, helping them understand that the world extends beyond their immediate surroundings. Our children should recognize that the world consists of individuals from various backgrounds, and it is essential to coexist peacefully and harmoniously. The education starts in detail at the home and should be reinforced by educators. Nevertheless, persistent, militant attitude demonstrated by this individual 3 years ago, which led to children unlawfully occupying public streets based on falsehood, is now being utilized to advance a divisive agenda involving the indoctrination of children and propagation of animosity towards parents within the school. I earnestly implore you to take heed of this warning, prioritizing the restoration of safe learning environment where students are shielded from any form of sexual harassment on campus. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Debbie Gibson. Good evening. Yeah, you're on.
Good evening, members of the school board and other interested parties. I am requesting that a parent or guardian has the right to be notified in writing within 3 days from the date any teacher, counselor, or employee of a school becomes aware that a pupil is identifying at school as a gender that does not align with the child's sex on their birth certificate. Parents should be the first to know if their child is struggling with their gender identity. Multiple requests have been made to have parental notification be adopted by the board. However, Superintendent Van Schack addressed the issue at the last meeting, saying, and I quote, "Mr. President, we have no intention to bring forth any recommendation of that type." There was no discussion or comments made by any board members after his statement, so the only conclusion that I can come to is that you, the board, all agree with this statement. If the school board has made the decision to remove parents from any discussion or awareness of gender issues with their own child, I can only assume that you, the school board, or any others that refuse to notify the parents are willing to accept full responsibility for Superintendent Van Schack's refusal to bring forth the recommendation. I would like to know how the teachers, counselors, and employees of the school are handling the next step. By assuming all responsibility, you are also responsible for all the consequences of what each student does next. Will you be referring them to outside organizations to help them navigate this very sensitive subject? What resources will you be passing on to these children? Will you be referring them to doctors for transition surgeries or lifelong drug dependency? Are you really ready for this? It sounds like the buck stops with you and not the parents. Lawsuits against schools and school boards regarding these issues are already working their way through the court system. It was stated in the previous meeting that students are being killed by their parents, and we should just Google it, which I did, and the statement is not accurate. Bring the proof. If you truly feel that students are not safe, are you calling CPS, or are you just sending them home every day to an unsafe environment? Other emotional statements were made that had nothing to do with parental notification. Disagreement is not hate or discrimination. As a school board, your primary responsibility is education and not dealing with gender identities for more than 13,000 students in the Livermore School District. It is a daunting responsibility that you have volunteered for. My request is solely for parental notification. According to your own policy number 6020, the Board of Education recognizes that parents and guardians are their children's first and most influential teachers, and that sustained parent-guardian involvement in the education of their children contributes greatly to student achievement and a positive school environment. It is the sole responsibility and constitutional right of parents to guide their children and raise them. They are
20 seconds.
responsible for their well-being, their mental health, and their physical health. Adoption of this language would help to maintain trust between the teachers, parents, and the school district. Thank you.
Now we have Jared Henry, followed by Michaela Henry on deck.
Good evening, Board President Bueno, Superintendent Van Schack, members of the board and cabinet. I am a student from Livermore High School that would like to present information about the possibility of the Livermore High School Theater being named after our beloved teacher, Carol Hovey. So I'm a junior from Livermore High School and have been watching, volunteering at, performing in, and teching for theater productions for many years. The Livermore High School Performing Arts Theater has been an incredible community that has built character, creativity, and a sense of belonging in many of our students. And for the past 38 years, that has been because of the amazing work of our director, Carol Hovey. She has truly served as the backbone of our theater, providing a home and opportunity for countless students. I am so grateful that I had the opportunity to do 6 shows with her before she retires. Her dedication to each of these shows proved her devotion to the theater and to the lives of students, going above and beyond to help each student be respected and able to express themselves, as well as able to put forth their best work. The quality of the shows she has built are a testament to the effort she has put in to have each student produce a work of art. Her amazing work in the LHS Theater for 38 years has proven her to be deserving of recognition, and the idea of naming the theater after her captured my attention. There is a phrase that has been repeated by her and her students before every show in our circle tradition: act well thy part, for therein the honor lies. Miss Hovey has acted the part of teacher, director, and a source of humanity and compassion at our school for so long that she is deserving of a special honor. She has been the heart of this theater for so many years and is one of the most incredible examples of service to the community and to our Livermore students, consistently going beyond her role to help me and so many others. I truly believe that this would be a wonderful recognition of her service. For as nearly 40 years, this has been the Hovey Theater, and it seems only fitting that it would continue to be so, forever named after its most dedicated director. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Michaela Henry, followed by Dorothy Catapon.
Good evening, board members. My name is
A little
Michaela
closer.
Henry.
The mic.
Oh.
Sorry.
Good evening, board members. My name is Michaela Henry, and I'm also here to talk about the idea of naming the Livermore High School theater after Carol Hovey. I graduated last year, and throughout my time in high school, I acted and did tech under Ms. Hovey's guidance. The theater holds some of my fondest memories from high school, and I've appreciated this last year, being able to go back and see my little brother in the shows, who just talked. The care and dedication she poured into the theater is truly inspiring. It reflected in all of the performances, and I remember each show of mine as a wonderful experience. I love being part of her Hovey Productions and strongly believe she should have the Livermore High School Theater named after her. It would be a proper way to honor her legacy at the school. She spent long hours in the theater shaping the words on the script into beautiful pieces of spoken art, giving her all so that each performance would shine. Thank you for considering.
Thank you. Now we have Dorothy Catapon, followed by Audrey Fick-Furlow.
Good evening, LVJUSD board members. I'm Dorothy Catapon and a senior at Livermore High School, and wanted to take some time today to talk about Ms. Hovey as well. To reiterate what my friends have said, Carol Hovey, a dedicated theater director and drama teacher, is retiring after teaching 38 years at Livermore High School. She embodies the LVJUSD message that each student will graduate with the skills needed to contribute and thrive in a changing world. The LHS theater program under her direction has given students an opportunity to engage in their creative and artistic talents while learning to collaborate in a diverse, inclusive, and safe space for those who feel othered. Her legacy across these decades have connected us current and past students together. The community she has built within the theater has become a second home for all of us. Because of her, I have been in 13 shows and have dedicated hundreds of hours these past 4 years of high school to them, and will continue to pursue this as a career working backstage. She has given me a chance in leadership with my time here, and I've gained skills that I use in theater outside of high school as well. I know many people personally who have now been drawn to the theater program because of Ms. Hovey, so I'd like to offer some brief perspective from parents, colleagues, and alumni. There is an online greeting card for Ms. Hovey that we have been passing around to thank and congratulate her on her retirement. The posts are overwhelming. Parents have posted, "Thank you for being an amazing mentor and teacher to the students. I am forever grateful that you embraced each and every student for who they are, accepting them, nurturing them, and helping them shape them into the better humans being." Colleagues have written, "The community of hundreds of students you taught and directed are so much richer for all the work and time you devoted to the theater, both at LHS and Tri-Valley Repertory Theater." From some alumni, "My acting career never went past high school, but the things I learned in your classes and plays, confidence, self-worth, how to give everything I've got to a project, how to support others in their goals, have helped me in every area of my life." And a recent alumni wrote, "The number of people you have inspired, saved, impacted, and cared for is enough to achieve sainthood or something of similar status in which many things should be named after you. I think would only be fitting for this woman who has held positions of leadership and has been a member of the California Education Theater Association for the past 34 years that she would be named after the theater of a high school that would become a home, a haven, especially for those who feel marginalized, and the most educational environment she has created for us. To quote Ms. Hovey, "Act well thy part, for therein the honor lies." So please act your part in helping us name the theater after her. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Now is Audrey Fick-Furlow?
Furlot.
Furlot? And then followed by Dylan Sanchez. And what I'm going to ask, normally I don't, but I know that you guys have something going tomorrow. I don't know who's going to the LHS, like going tonight to Disneyland. Are there any other students besides maybe Dylan Sanchez that are here from Livermore to speak on this item? Okay.
Just me,
I just didn't want everyone to stay late because we have a lot of cards, and I want you guys to be able to get out and get ready and get off to Disneyland. Okay.
Good evening, Board President Bueno, Superintendent Vanchak, members of the board and cabinet. Hello, my name is Audrey Fick-Furlot, and I am a senior at Livermore High School. I'm going to talk about Carol Hovey and naming the theater after her. We wanted to find a way to honor her legacy and her work, and this is why we are proposing this. We don't have a specific name chosen. That's a detail that can be worked out at a later date, but some examples or suggestions include the Carol Hovey Theater, the LHS Hovey Theater, or the Hovey Performing Arts Theater. Those of you who know Ms. Hovey know that she has spent many years working tirelessly to make the drama program the best that it can be. No one fully understands how much effort and time she puts into our theater program and its students. During COVID, in order to keep the theater program alive, we put on online productions. Ms. Hovey drove to different cast members' houses with multiple costume options for us to wear, which she did not have to do. She goes out of her way to make every show the best it can possibly be. Over her time at LHS, Hovey has created a community that has been considered a family for many. I personally consider the LHS drama program to be my home away from home. The theater is what made me feel like I belonged at Livermore High, and it gave me hope for a future at the school after transferring there my sophomore year. I have been a part of the drama program since, and I am so grateful for the experiences that Hovey has given me. But even freshmen who have just been in their first show can attest to the warm, welcoming community she's cultivated and how impactful it can be for even just being in one show. Not to mention that she has provided a safe haven for LGBTQ+ students and students who feel like outcasts. The current drama students don't want Hovey's legacy to die when we're all graduated and gone. We don't want Ms. Hovey's passionate and continuous hard work for the theater program to go unrecognized. 38 years is a long time, almost half a century. And therefore, Ms. Hovey's work in creating the community we theater kids know and love is a big part of the school's history. Doing this would be to cement her name in the history. We would hope renaming the theater after her will continue the discussion surrounding the lovely Carol Hovey and all her contributions to the theater at both LHS and GHS. We want future generations to know about her theater influence. This is also a way to respect Hovey's legacy while not encroaching on the new drama teacher's work. In conclusion, Hovey has touched and changed many lives, and I believe that naming the theater after her would be a great way to honor her legacy and say farewell to Livermore High's beloved drama teacher of 38 years. Thank you.
Good. Dylan Sanchez, followed by James Grippy. Evening.
Good evening, board members. My name is Dylan Sanchez. I'm LHS alumni. I graduated just last year. Miss Hovey is one of the most wonderful teachers that I've ever touched this world. Scratch that. One of the most wonderful people to exist in the span of human history. The number of people she has inspired, saved, impacted, cared for is enough to achieve sainthood, or something of similar high status in which many things should be named after her. Hovey and the community she built gave me a home when mine was in shambles. Without Hovey's theater program, I have no doubt would have dropped out of high school as soon as I could. It definitely would not be considered some of the greatest years of my life if her after-school program wasn't around. I have her to thank for saving my life, inspiring the direction of my life as I try to become a drama teacher, and giving me the confidence and strength to thrive when times are hard. I cannot stress enough the way she has impacted my life. I'd like to thank her for being the best teacher/director to ever grace this world. The way she has impacted this community deserves to be recognized. So having the theater she has taken care of and ran for the last 38 years named after her is the least we can do to honor such an incredible person. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have James Griffey and then Kinney Lynch on deck. Evening.
Good evening. So, Mr. Van Scheck, you and all your administration say you are all care about all the students. However, my son doesn't feel safe at Joe Mitchell, so much so I had to remove him from one class. I have brought all these issues to everyone sitting in front of me, some even in person. I have asked the board questions, and no one has ever reached out after any board meeting in any way. So, I want that camera, wherever you're at, turn towards the board to see their response to the following question. How many of you, show by raising your hands, are willing to do anything to protect all students? Simple. Okay, since they probably didn't turn the camera, I'm going to tell you guys, none of them raised their hand. Last meeting, there was a lot of rhetoric about people like me who are for parents' rights, that we bash, harass, and discriminate people of the LGBT community. I have yet to hear anyone supporting parents' rights ever do any such thing. In fact, it's been quite the opposite. I'm a veteran of this country, and I fought for our rights to have and live the way we want. I don't care how you live your life, who you love or who you don't love. Be you. If you are so afraid of parents of issues with their children because of the child's safety, maybe in question, you have avenues such as CPS. Use it. I think that's a cop-out. I suggest you keep all the communication lines open with all the parents. As for Mr. Van Check, as Mr. Van Check admitted to me on another note, they don't always view or pre-approve any supplemental curriculum put out by teachers, allowing teachers to instill whatever they want, such as boys kissing, girls kissing girls, boys kissing boys, naked men and women. I asked the board to adopt a new or amend a current policy of parents having the ability of opting in on issues that are controversial. If you want to teach ideology in your schools, do it. But I don't want my kids being in that classroom, and many others don't. Give us the option to opt in. Don't hide it in some paper or some blasted email that no one reads. Stop taking the rights of parents away. My child is my child and your student. Teach them facts, please. So if you promote standing up for what you believe in, even if it means standing alone, which one of you are going to stand up for parents' right to protect all the children?
Our next speaker is Kenny Lynch, and on deck is Hamish. And just a reminder that these are non-agendized items, and the board, under the Brown Act, cannot interact. That's the law. Kenny Lynch, and then Hamish is on deck.
Hello. Good evening, board. Thank you for your time. My name is Kenny Lynch, and I'm in 7th grade. I attended my first board meeting a few weeks ago, and I wanted to mention a few things. I feel like there's some favoritism on the LGBTQ. For instance, teachers putting the blame of a gay student or LGBTQ student on a straight student. I've seen this, and my friends have seen this too. It's just kind of unnecessary, I feel. Straight students are getting bullied from gay students.
Go ahead.
I hear students stay
Go ahead.
self.
I know it's not easy to speak in public. Go ahead.
I've heard students say stuff like, "Imagine being straight," or "Straight is stupid," and it's hurtful. I thought that LGBTQ plus community was the one saying that we are all equal and that we all have the same rights. Last meeting, I heard someone talk about kids being scared to come out of the closet. I find this kind of confusing because they say that they're scared because of the parents having mixed feelings or having hateful feelings or abusing physically and mentally. Instead of being scared, I feel like we should try and educate the parents instead of keep on putting hate on them. It's unfair how we're being scared of something that, sorry, let me reword that. It's unfair how a parent wouldn't know something, and in human nature, that's completely normal to be scared or have hate for something that you don't understand. That's completely normal. And I feel like if we educated more parents, or even just like had a meeting like Wednesday nights for parents that don't really know much about the LGBTQ plus community, it would be a lot better. And I agree, it would be scary to go up to my dad or something and say, hey, Dad, I think I'm gay, or I feel like I'm gay, and
30 seconds.
I like guys. It would be scary. But if I tried to educate my dad or my mom and explained that it's not all wrong and it's just explained how I feel about it, I feel like it would help a lot. Thank you.
Coming up is Hamish, and on deck is Kel Goverick. Excuse me? I had Hamish coming up now. Oh, if you can come up, it's fine. You can come up. You're fine. And then, what? Okay. We try to call him up. If I wait, we have a lot of speakers tonight, so if you can come up, that'd be great. We'll skip you for one, sir. It's I think it's Kelly Grave. Okay. Oh no.
I have had 5 knee surgeries, so I prefer to stand. It's real hard.
That's fine. If you could, we'll have someone. Yeah, if you can just put that on the edge of the podium.
Can I?
Put it right on the edge, so you don't have to
Right
hold
on
it
the
the whole
edge?
time.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. First off, you guys are in an incredible position of power, and you know it. You've got a heck of an audience. You really do. And what you do in here matters. If you think about where you were 5 years ago, none of you were, for the most part, in these positions. And you won't be in another 5 to 6 years. They're temporary. They're very temporary. Everything is. But that flag that's in between each and every one of you over in the back end, that matters. And you got to be in these positions because of that flag. You got to do what you want to do because of that flag. And that flag, even though they're trying to erase our history, is because there were people that were separatists. Separation is good. I'm so sick of the word all-inclusive being used as something that's perfect and good. If you have a garden and a patch of flowers and you plant it, don't you pull the weeds? Don't you stand up for something? Don't you do something? Is this a legacy that you want to live and leave behind by not doing anything at all or standing for anything? If you truly believe that there is a God, and it doesn't matter that you're Hindu, doesn't matter that you're Sikh, it doesn't matter if you're Buddhist, we have one God. And this is one nation under God. And you said that, and I'm so thankful to you that you said that at the beginning of this meeting. It's one nation under God for which it stands. And we are a republic. We're not a democracy. And that word gets thrown around, and the kids don't even know that we're a republic and why we are. And because we're a republic, we will stand. That means little power to the people, to the government, and power to the people. Democracy means big machine and little power. Thank you for playing and speaking everything that you did in your hearts when you made that pledge. But it is really important that you stick to the foundation of that and the moral compass of that. It is. And I want to thank these people in the back that were so rude last time. Because when you were rude,
Ma'am,
you showed
ma'am,
they
you'll
showed their
address your
true
comments
colors.
to the board? We're
Yeah,
on
well,
your
they
side.
showed their true colors. And they showed rudeness. And is that what you want your children to be interacting with? Anything that is sexually related does not belong in children's education, period. It just doesn't. And it doesn't make me a bad person because I don't want it. Harvard Institution, one of our founding educational places, was a Christian-based education. Lowering the bar because of race, color, sexual deviance, whatever it is, doesn't do you any good. And it doesn't do your legacy any good. And for those behind me, that flag that you think you're so proudly waving, pride cometh before fall, and it really does. And if you don't believe me, look at Sodom and Gomorrah, and they've tested the soil. It's obliterated 6,000 years ago like an atomic bomb. If you don't believe me, look at Mount Ararat and Noah's Ark, and they found it. They found it, and they've tested everything in it, and every measurement, every cubic is identical to what's in Scripture.
That is your
there
time,
There is
ma'am.
a God.
That is your time.
He is here.
Ma'am, that is your time. Next up is Hamish. Ma'am. Next we have Hamish. Okay, Hamish is gone. And we're going to have Corey Hudson And then Sydney Cushman on deck. Do we have Corey Hudson? Okay, passing. Oh, is this Corey Hudson? Okay, sorry. And then Sydney Cushman, excuse me, on deck.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I felt the need to speak at tonight's board meeting after attending last week as an observer. I was disheartened to see the vitriol that came from so many of us in the Livermore community towards concerned parents and towards one another. As a Christ follower, it does hurt my heart to hear so many people from the LGBT community express that they felt hated, attacked, and unsafe simply because people in the room do not agree with their position on parental notification regarding issues directly related to the minor students. The amount of comments and times that was spent last time targeting those with opposing views does nothing more than widen the divide between us. If we as parents, students, and staff really want the best for students, prioritizing their education, their health, and their well-being, we need to have more open and intentional conversations with one another. If we cannot respect one another, listen, and really try to hear one another, we will never be able to unify to do what's best for the students and the teachers in this district. Board meetings should be a safe place to respectfully bring forth concerns and also a place that helps these foster solutions. Just because I don't agree with you does not mean I hate you and does not mean I'm wrong. The LVJUSD's website says, "We have found that the quality of education your student receives is in direct relationship to your involvement," speaking to parents. Livermore Valley Joint Unified School District is fully committed to equipping parents and guardians to engage with student learning and support student education. Your engagement with your child's education is crucial. Yet, my perception from watching the board meeting, for a while now, these board meetings, is that involvement is only really welcomed if we agree with or support everything that the district's currently doing. Students should be taught how to think, not what to think. The classroom should be a place of objective, unbiased learning, not a place to advance ideological agendas on any side. When I was a student at Livermore High School, I was taught by great teachers like Ron Nicola and Kevin Gunn. I remember wondering in those classrooms, is he a Republican or is he a Democrat? Is he conservative or is he liberal? That's what should be happening in our classrooms. I didn't know and I wasn't supposed to know. There was no forced way of thinking, just an unbiased presentation of information and the push to get students to think critically and independently. So what's the solution? Let's set aside our personal agendas, politics, moral and religious differences, and get back to basics: math, English, science, and history, and let parents teach their children in areas of faith and morality. The Proverbs say, "Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it." It's not the school district's responsibility or the state's to train up the child. It is mine as a parent. I have a responsibility for my child that cannot be ignored. Rather than working against each other, let's come to the table together. Parents have a valuable voice in the life of their children and absolutely need to be part of this process. It's only together we can work towards healthy solution. Can we be united by our hope that we're raising the education to become responsible? Thank you.
Next up, we have Sydney Cushman, and on deck is Mike Correll Feichner.
Before I start, I just want to mention that I will be reading 2 sentences from a book in one of our middle schools, and I find it inappropriate, so any parents that so choose that want to send their children out, I just want to give you an advance notice. I've been listening to and observing the points of contention at the board meetings for the past few months. It's been very eye-opening to see the way things have been handled and responded to. Promoting the sexualization of children does not teach diversity. Lest you need an example and reminder, 11-year-olds in this district still have access to read, "Papa Gaines never sat you down, said, 'Son, one day you're gonna have to eat the pussy.' No, but he did teach me how to eat a butthole." Parents are being deemed homophobic, transphobic, and bigoted because they don't want their children having unrestricted access to books like this. The books in question describe and illustrate explicit pornographic sexual acts between all sexual orientations, none of which are acceptable. It is appalling that when presented these facts, the board responded with deflection, saying they can't be responsible for knowing all books in all schools, but But where was the accountability and process for preventing this in the first place? Why are some of these books still accessible? At what point do your morals and values kick in and you think, you know, it's probably not all that great for a sixth grader to be reading about eating pussy and butthole? I'll remove the book from out of an abundance of caution so we can review it and discuss it. No, instead, removing sexually explicit books is quite clearly the equivalent to a book banning. This is not educational material. This is not teaching respect to those that are different than ourselves. This is obscene and vulgar material, and you are providing it to minors. You are responsible. I have a lifelong friend who cannot be here tonight, but I have her story to read to you. I am a mother and have a beautiful daughter. When I was growing up, long before these things were openly accepted, I realized I liked girls. I had many questions and thoughts to work through as an adolescent. Working through emerging emotions and feelings did not mean I needed to simultaneously learn sexual acts. I'm not a girly girl, but I'm also not a boy. It is concerning to think, knowing who I was as a youth, that if I were growing up today, how I would not only be learning about myself in terms of sexual orientation, but it would have an immense pressure to change genders and what a negative impact that would have had on me in the long term. If every fleeting thought I had was affirmed and not challenged, I would have not figured out who I truly am. I understand there's a chance now and then that a child may face disagreements with or a lack of support from their family over such a topic, but you cannot take that chance and use it as a blanket application for deciding that teachers and schools are also family therapists and pseudo-parents. That is so far beyond the realm of what is appropriate in schools. My sexual orientation is only one of innumerable difficult topics my family and I have dealt with while I was growing up and even
30
today.
seconds.
Had I been influenced to keep secrets from them to reduce communication or avoid conflicts, I would not have the beautiful relationship with them that I have. It is unspeakably damaging to children to insinuate that their parents cannot handle the mental and emotional challenges and changes they face, and it is inexcusable that teachers and schools use that claim to allow these lewd topics and materials to be accessible to minors. You may choose to look the other way, but you can never say again that you did not know. A quote from William Wilberforce. Thank you.
Now we have Mike Correll Feichner or Fechner? Feichner?
It's
And then-
like Einstein and Frankenstein.
Okay. Followed by Ryan Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Superintendent, and all board members, and all of our supporting community members sitting behind me. First of all, I wanted to bring forward, I still want to talk about this LGBT thing. I'm not going to let it rest. But I wanted to bring up something else about busing our students to school. When I went to school, there was a bus. And I remember all through, from K through 12, I rode the bus to school unless it was close enough where it was just 2 blocks to walk. Well, my husband works at East Avenue Middle School, and it's a busy street. We have the traffic going in and out of, they're LGBT, come on. Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory employees. They probably have some LGBTQs too, but anyway, the traffic is horrible, and if you're stuck in the right lane as the cars are approaching the parking lot where parents are dropping off their children, and you jump out in the lane, you forgot to check your blind spot, it's an accident waiting to happen. And also, all access to the school in case of emergency is blocked. We'd have to have I don't know. I'd hate to have that emergency, a fire truck or an ambulance, whatever. And I don't know if we start here or I go to the Livermore City Council to bring that forward, to go forward. So I'm just airing it out here to begin with. Getting back to the LGBTQ things with parents wanting to be notified 3 days in advance. Well, I question those parents. If you knew your child and you loved your child, you wouldn't need the school board to tell you that your son or daughter is non-binary, trans, or whatever. If you know your child and you love your child, you wouldn't need that. And that's why, for instance, you can't always depend on parents. For instance, when I was in the 7th grade, I had to learn about the birds and the bees by seeing a movie in boys' PE class. And otherwise, parents aren't doing their responsibility. And I'll say one really quick, my 30 seconds are coming up here. This is out of my own life. 10 years before I came out to myself, my father and mother my mother's passed now, lived at Heritage Estates here in Livermore. My aunt, my father's younger sister, came out from Ohio to visit, and she wondered, what's wrong with Michael? He's not married. I'm worried. So he had a man-to-man conversation with me 10 years before I came out to myself, and he said, Mike, I know you're not gay because you're here every night. And even if you were gay, I'd love you because
your
you're
time,
my
sir.
son. So
That's your
parents,
time, sir.
love your children.
Next up is Ryan Lawson, followed by Kendall Lawson.
Good evening. In regards to the previous school board meeting, I was disappointed to hear the superintendent's comments about AB 1314. To paraphrase, he said that there are no intentions of adopting this language into board policy and did not provide any explanation for this stance. We take time out of our evenings away from our children to attend these meetings and to be heard by the elected board members in this room who play a key role in our children's experience at school. An explanation for your stance is a small ask, am I wrong? Preserving the rights of parents is a no-brainer. However, this has all of a sudden become a radical belief. My ask is that you dig deep into your conscience and really think about this decision. How much power are we willing to hand over? Because we all know that it doesn't end here. Some parental rights taken will soon turn to all rights taken. To close, we will continue to attend these meetings and fight for as long as we have to. And any parent out there who shares the same concerns as me, I encourage you to attend these meetings and to speak out. This is not something that will just blow over. The enemy is hiding in plain sight and is targeting our kids. Please join us in this spiritual battle. Thank you. God bless.
Now, Kendall Lawson, followed by Nicole Pilkington.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to come up here and express my frustration and disappointment in regards to how the last board meeting went. To say that it was peaceful would be far from the truth. It was very tense and very chaotic. From the scoffing when parents came up to speak, to the profanity said to other parents in the back of the room, it was very disappointing, not to mention it was very disrespectful. Us parents asked for AB 1314 to be put on the agenda, and we were all completely brushed off. The superintendent made it very clear at the end of the last meeting that the board had zero intention of adopting AB 1314 into board policy. So we would like to know why. Why is this topic being brushed off when there wasn't even a chance to discuss it? Why is parental involvement being scraped away more and more? Why are parental rights being diminished? Why is there no transparency here? Why? What did we do to be brushed off in this way? We want answers, and if we have to keep asking and pushing, so be it. We will do what we have to do to protect our children and to protect our rights as their parents. Thank you.
Nicole Pilkington, followed by Russell Deacon, please.
Hello.
Evening.
If a student is caught bullying another child, a parent is contacted. If a student has an unexcused absence, a parent is contacted. If a student has poor grades, a parent is contacted. A parent is notified for almost everything regarding a student, good or bad. This is why I can't understand the district's refusal to even discuss parents' request to be notified if their student identifies as a gender other than what is on their entry paperwork. I was raised by older grandparents. I oftentimes didn't feel that they would understand what I was going through. I thought they were old and set in their ways, while I understood the current world. Now that I'm older, I see that they understood me much more than I could have ever imagined. They saw things differently than me, as they had more worldly experience. They had seen more cause and effect and wanted me to be a critical thinker. There was never a moment they didn't love me, and even if they offered counter arguments to my way of thinking. By not including parents in the major life and medical decisions for a minor, you are taking this lesson away from families. How will children learn that their parents can love them and disagree with them? How will they learn that parents might be more understanding than the student gives them credit for? Instead of allowing teachers to plant the seed in students that parents are not understanding, that they are untrustworthy and unloving, would the district consider some sort of parent coaching, something that gives parents the tools they need to support their children, a chance to show students that their parents want to and can understand them? If the district doesn't feel parents can adequately support minors, would the district consider resources, classes, or training that can better serve families instead of trying to divide them? Let me be perfectly clear. There is nothing that my children can do or say or feel that could shake my love for them. I know many parents here feel the same way. I don't come to these board meetings to enrage the LGBTQ community, as I have absolutely no bias against them. I simply come to defend my parental rights and remind the district that it is not their place to make medical, emotional, or social decisions for my child. I am the parent. Thank you.
We now have Russell Deacon, followed by Andres Sanchez.
Hello. I'm a parent, a grandparent. I don't have any kids in this school district, but I care about all children. Start off by, so they allow an LGBTQ after-school clubs with banners and flags and all that kind of stuff. And obviously it's advertised, you know. So the rebuttal on that is, so if a teacher and students decided to open up a Christian club, after-school club, and they started to have Bible studies, prayer, sing hymns, have scriptures on the walls, baptize children. Would you allow that? Would you be that inclusive with that? Would you be the same as you do with all the other clubs that you allow? Or would you shoot it down? Is that tolerance? Do they deserve the same tolerance that you show everybody else? I think they should. That probably won't happen, but they should. They call this transphobic, homophobic, bigots, fascist, sexist, hateful. It's all a lie. We love everybody. Everybody deserves life. Everybody deserves to be happy, safe. All children, even the ones that you disregard. The father that came up earlier has concerns. You guys ignore him. That's not right. He deserves to be heard and get answers. Anyway, lying serves no purpose to me as far as helping out any community, any child, and any person on the face of the earth. You know, to me, that's being dishonest and hateful, and that's my opinion. Sexualizing young children in schools or anywhere is child abuse, whether it's from book form, they can read and available in schools, or from the teachers that have evil intent. Teachers in departments of education are not the child's parent. They're educators, not sexual counselors to young, impressionable minds. That's the parent's job. Your job is to teach the children the basics, math, English, history, and that's it. And it's not okay for boys to go into locker rooms, bathrooms, into girls' locker rooms and bathrooms. Those girls deserve privacy, and that's something that should be granted to all girls. It's kind of a no-brainer. You know, a boy with male parts going into a girl's locker room or restroom is just wrong, period. Period.
20
So
seconds.
if you're gay or bisexual or whatever, that's fine. Just don't spread the militant LGBTQ community stuff with the whole community there. That's not right. That's forcing it. That's grooming. Thank you.
Now, Andres Sanchez, followed by William Wagner.
Hello. Good evening, board members. I'm here to speak about everything that has been going on. Last board meeting, people were getting a lot of hate for no reason. There were lies left and right and rudeness everywhere. People were saying horrible things, and what did you guys do? Absolutely nothing. Your job is supposed to be unbiased. You're supposed to listen to every community member, whether you agree or not. 2 weeks ago at the peaceful protest at OPC, I had my sign that said what I believed, just like everyone else, and a grown man looked dead at me and flipped me off, someone who was here speaking at the last board meeting, just for expressing my beliefs. In my opinion, that was very immature. So I'd like to know why this community, which claims to be loving and accepting of everyone, why aren't my beliefs accepted? This school year has been rough. I wanted to go into the last year of middle school, having fun and making good memories, but it wasn't the best. What I got was hate and bullying. It was very discouraging for this to be my last year at my school. Teachers were being very rude to me. I was getting picked on by a teacher multiple times a week. I was the odd one out. I was the one getting blamed for everything I didn't do. I was getting yelled at and emails sent home for nothing. I could never explain myself or have my freedom of speech. Why did this happen to me? Because of my mom? Because of me? Or what we believed in? Because it hurts. And the thoughts of my little brother having to deal with this is sad. And now I have to worry that I might have to deal with this in high school. Just because we speak out and stand for what we believe. In addition to that, a teacher has been saying racist things in class, like the N-word, and said, "You're Mexican, so you must be a good farmer, right?" How is that okay? Then she says to grow up and stop being immature from these comments, and that she has a black friend, so that justifies it. It doesn't. You say that you want to make school safe, so do that for all kids, not just the ones you agree with. We all should have equal. We should all be equal, so protect us all. It isn't fair if you protect one side and not the other. It isn't fair that teachers treat kids better than others. School should be a safe place for every child to learn and grow no matter what they believe in. Thank you for your time.
Now, William Wagner, followed by Jennifer Kay.
Distinguished school board members, President Bueno, I'm a Livermore resident who is a single father to an 8-year-old daughter. I'm not here representing any cause, movement, organization, or political party, yet I am one voice of many. I've never done anything like this before, and it's completely outside my comfort zone. However, I am compelled to speak before you. If you hear nothing else I say tonight, please hear me when I say I want to partner with you in my daughter's education. My role, my sacred role as a father, is the single most important charge of my life. The honor, sacrifice, sorrow, and pride of it all is without compare in this world. Recent statements made by those in elected or appointed positions of leadership are simply alarming to me. I will give some specific examples in a moment. It seems to me that the polarization we are all so often made aware of is now dramatically affecting our children's well-being. We as a community have an imperative to seek unity. Children should not be the pawns of political agendas, and it appears that's exactly what's become in many cases. Meanwhile, often, parents are being marginalized, berated, scoffed at, simply because they have principles and beliefs that differ from those who may be in power at this time. President Biden has made statements. They are all our children, especially at school. Transgender Americans shape our nation's soul. If your 8-year-old says that they want to be transgender to make life easier, they have a right to transition, and there is no reason for you to deny it. 8 years old. Just last Friday, Secretary Miguel Cardona, the 12th Secretary of the Board, Secretary of Education, said on Twitter, teachers know what is best for their kids because they are with them every day. We must trust teachers. Now, these statements taken individually say one thing, but collectively say much, much more. Bills such as AB 1314 and AB 665, which is something that's coming up, are systematically undermining a parent's ability to fulfill their God-given obligation and rights. I'm sorry I'm out of time. I thank you for your attention.
Jennifer Kay, followed by Aaron Haycraft.
Hello. Thanks for
Good
having me.
evening.
Regardless of where you look around the country, there are movements looking to push different agendas, from CRT to the sexualization of youth. What I find most disheartening is that the adults who are pushing these narratives do not even fully understand them. I've spoken to many people who advocate for these subjects, and they couldn't tell you who Theodore Horkheimer was, what the Frankfurt School was, or what a critical theory is. They've honestly bought into the lie that CRT is about teaching accurate history. They won't bother to pick up a book or read about the history of critical theories or where they come from. They don't even know what CRT is, simply one of the many critical theories. They have no idea that the black communists left the movement over its creation, and its goal is to lie to black people, teaching them that partial history, false history, and outright lies to enrage them to the point that they are willing to be the, quote, spearhead of their bloody revolution, the urban foot soldiers of the lumpian proletariat. The white men behind this movement laugh as they view our black family as, quote, useful idiots, who they plan to kill after the revolution, according to one of their most important books, The Revolutionary Catechism. The people pushing to physically and chemically mutilate children and force pornography on them in school have no idea where the origin of these ideas are. They simply offload their critical thinking to the news, who lies to them as they want to feel morally virtuous. They couldn't tell you who John Money or Alfred Kinsey are, or how these pedophiles are the root of this movement. They have no idea how they wrote about their strategy of normalizing pedophilia and this myth that children are sexual from birth, that you can have a gender identity separate from your DNA, that the myth of people being born into a sexual lifestyle and the movement to claim that children can make permanent, life-altering decisions at 4 years old are part of their long-term strategy to make pedophilia accepted by claiming that they are a part of the LGBTQIAPP+. The P is for pedophile, which they are redefining as MAP, minor attracted persons, claiming that they were born this way and that your child is sexual from birth, so that you be declared a bigot and should be arrested if you attempt to stop your child from expressing their innate sexual desires by having sex with these 40-year-old perverts. The useful idiots pushing these ideologies assume that it's a moral battle of nice people for mean racist people, which shows the level of discourse from their side. Even after hearing that they could be a part of a larger plot to normalize pedophilia, some will exercise no mental rigor to investigate these claims or read the books of the people that created these ideas. John Money literally made up the term gender identity in the 1950s, and we have people parroting it today as if it's an appropriate fact of life. I ask you today that if you believe that children should be taking the same drugs like Lupron that we use to chemically castrate sex offenders, that you reconsider. Spend a day reading the origin of this ideology to ensure that you're not participating in the normalization of pedophilia. Just take a day to reconsider. Don't let your desire to feel like you're on the right side lead to you accepting uncritically.
So, next speaker is Aaron Haycraft. Come on. Next speaker is Aaron Haycraft, and followed by Alexandria Irizarz.
So, sorry. I'm not sure I got it.
Just a little closer, that's all.
Okay, sure. So, good evening, Superintendent Van Scheck, President Bueno, and esteemed board members. Well, this meeting hasn't quite gone as I was hoping it would. I would like to, however, thank the board for their actions in the last board meeting. I appreciated how you stood up and basically said that AB 1314 would not be a part of the school board curriculum, as that would be a direct violation of California State Bill AB 1266, which states that this bill requires a pupil be permitted to participate in sex-segregated school programs and activities, including athletic teams and competitions, and use facilities consistent with his or her gender identity, irrespective of the gender listed on the pupil's records. I would like to also give a huge shout out to the community. The last time who came out and spoke in support of the LGBTQ plus community. I'd like to shout out the students as well, as I know that there were a lot of students who spoke the last time at the last school board meeting. I know that it is not difficult, it's not easy to get up here. I guess I'm stumbling over my words. Let's see here. If you do not agree with me, that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm gay, I'm not a pedophile. That is not a part of our community. I promise all of you that. 90% of people in this country were able to get married 8 years ago, about June 2015. There's a point to this. The Supreme Court then legalized gay marriage all across the country, giving the last 10% of the people the right to marry. We didn't have that 8 years ago. I came out, I said November 2014 I came out. I didn't have the right to marry the man that I would eventually love until 7 months later. It's really hard to live in a world where I couldn't even be married just because of who I love. With all that said, I thank you to the board for listening, because I know it is not easy to hear all of these people speak. Remember that love always wins, and remember to get your pets spayed and neutered. Thank you.
Our next item is Alexandria Izadas, followed by Noel Vaughn. Now, just as a courtesy reminder, I'll have people, just to remind folks, we've gone through a lot of these. I know sometimes patience wanes. Let's maintain our nature here, that we have good discourse among us. And it's not an applause event. We hear you. It's for us to hear. And we'd like to hear it. And we're almost through with the cards. And so I want to be able to hear every speaker.
Good evening, board. The last board meeting was pretty intense. It takes a lot to come up here to speak, so I applaud everyone for advocating for what they believe is right. Whether I agree or not, coming up here is not easy. However, many people who spoke are a part of what they call a loving, accepting, and tolerant community. Yet I was surrounded by hate and lies. I was verbally attacked while I sat in those chairs listening to community members speak. Comments were made while I spoke, and President Bueno, you did not call the meeting to order. In fact, you commended everyone at the end for showing such great decorum. Meanwhile, I'm being harassed by a man nonetheless. I'm disappointed. I understand many may not agree with me, but I deserve kindness and respect just like everyone else, as I have never walked into a board meeting to name call or be hateful. I will repeat this. I do not hate anyone. I love the people in our community. Disagreement does not equal hate. Whether you believe LGBTQ issues should be taught in the classroom or not, I do not hate you. I simply disagree. However, I and others have experienced hate from people in this community, hate and intolerance. I pray after tonight hearts start to open so we can be kind and courteous to each other and work toward a better understanding of one another. Going into the last few board meetings, parents were wanting to be notified if their child was identifying as another gender, which is not illegal, by the way. We knew it was a possibility the district would not implement this. However, the most disappointing part for many of us was that there was no discussion, just a nope, we have no plans for this. Parents want to be involved. That isn't wrong. As I previously stated, Board Policy 6020 states the Board of Education recognizes that parents and guardians are their child's first and foremost most influential teachers. All we want is involvement. We want discussion and transparency. At the last board meeting, we heard teachers saying things like, we don't want to be the gender police, there is no indoctrination happening, we just want to teach. Surely if that were the case, I would not be here. Maybe it is not happening at the district level, and maybe it's only a few teachers, but some teachers are pushing an agenda in the classroom. And even if it's only a few, even if it's one, that is one too many. A classroom is a neutral place where students are meant to feel safe and their education is supposed to be strengthened. When our district is only 63% proficient in language arts and 50% proficient in math, social justice issues have taken a priority and education has taken a back seat. This is where parents have a problem. Our children are our concern. I am asking the board to be unbiased in their decision making and listen to the concern of every parent and community member. I know firsthand how hard it can be to stand up and voice what you believe in for fear of being labeled homophobic or transphobic or a bigot. Look at the last meeting. But we should all be able to stand for what we believe in without fear of retribution. Board members, the priority is our children and nothing else. Shame on you, Mr. Bueno, for not calling this board meeting to order when that young child spoke and those people in the back were laughing at him. To the young man who spoke, your voice matters. Do not let them get to you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noel Vaughn, followed by Roanne Heath.
Hi, Big Pharma rep and shareholder here, and I gotta say that healthcare stocks have never been better. Thanks to progressive educators and gender ideology being implemented and supported by districts like yours, my stocks have been soaring through the roof. According to a report from Grandview Research, the trans surgery sector saw nearly $2 billion in financial growth in 2021, and even more since then. Right now in America, there's a small percentage of these kids that identify as transgender and have undergone various transition surgeries and pharmaceutical treatments. We have to bump those numbers up. My stocks depend on it. You see, once these kids transition, they become lifelong pharmaceutical customers that need all sorts of continual hormone and medical support, and that means big money and increasing stock value for big pharma shareholders like myself. Educators across America are introducing kids to this new transgender ideology, but it's not enough. So far, almost 2% of youth identify as transgender, which is barely double than a couple years ago, according to the Trevor Project. Here in California, schools are required to have one tampon machine or a tampon machine in at least one boys' bathroom on campus. That's not enough. It doesn't matter that girls are getting sexually assaulted in their bathrooms or that kids are confused about menstrual products. It's more important to affirm gender identities and entertain these kids' delusions than it is to look out for their safety and sanity. Listen, there's no such thing as too many trans kids, and I'm counting on you to continue to indoctrinate, educate as many of these kids as you can into becoming trans. Luckily, many healthcare providers will cover pretty much all the surgeries and chemical castration and sterilization drugs used to trans these kids. And luckily for investors like me, the same insurance providers will not cover detransitioning when those kids decide to change their mind and that wasn't right for them, which means more money for us big pharma investors in the long run, as these kids will be stuck with their mutilated bodies and locked into a lifelong pharmaceutical regimen. Listen, it's over $40K a pop for girls' mastectomies and over $100K a pop for bottom surgeries for girls wanting to be boys. And that's not even accounting for the continual hormonal drugs they'll need for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, there are some common sense extremists here who think somehow these kids can't consent to these permanent life-changing chemical castration decisions and genital mutilation surgeries. Some are here tonight. How will stockholders like me ever expect to see a rise in my stock's value if these common sense extremists keep getting in the way of these kids being indoctrinated, educated into this gender ideology? The less kids transitioning means the less money for big pharma and people like me. And that is unacceptable. These parents' obsession with their precious little parental rights are getting in the way of my gravy train. So thank you for paving the way for more major stockholders like me to expand the performance of our stocks with your progressive values. If we all work really, really hard, we can keep pushing the pro-trans propaganda, and we can make this next generation of kids be known as the trans generation.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Royanne Heath.
Good evening, Superintendent Banchak, President Bueno, and board members.
We just keep it, be civic. Here we go.
That's okay.
Let's start again. We'll start the clock again.
Good evening, Superintendent Banchak, President Bueno, and board members. This is going to be very short. I talked a little bit longer last time, but I wanted to thank you for the announcement made last meeting that the district would not be considering adopting AB 1314 and your continued support of the LGBTQ plus community. I also wanted to give a shout out to the young adults and students that showed bravery speaking to the board in support of the LGBTQ plus community and talking about their experiences. That's what I wrote, but I have a couple things to go off topic on. My son is gay. He did not choose to be gay. Nobody indoctrinated him to be gay. And I would hope that some of the adults would talk to kids that feel like they're in a body that they weren't born into, because I think there's an education that has to be had. And I do want to talk to the Livermore High students. I love Mrs. Hovey. My son actually graduated from Livermore High in 2008, and he was in a lot of her plays, and I'm going to give her a shout out because he graduated in 2008. The following school year, the play that she did was the Laramie Project. And for those of you who don't know what that was a story based on Matthew Shepard, the young gay man that was beat to death in Laramie, Wyoming. And I was very impressed that she was able at this high school level to perform that play back then. So kudos to Mrs. Hovey.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you all. That is our last card, so we're going to close public comment, and we are going to move into 8.2B, which is correspondence. Formal written correspondence to the Board of Education shall be acknowledged if received by the board or in the superintendent's office by 4 p.m. the day before the meeting. Formal written correspondence received after the cutoff time will generally be acknowledged at the following meeting. Please note that our board electronic communications, our board electronic communications field that is received via the Livermore Valley Joint Unified School District website by accessing the formal written correspondence to the Board of Education link with all the fields completed and verified shall be treated as formal written correspondence. And with all that said, I'm going to ask our clerk if there's any correspondence from the board. And prior to that ask, I'm going to ask Mr. Van Schack just a clarifying question on the on a comment. Currently, are we following current state law relative to parental notification?
We are, yes.
And is AB 1314 any part of California law?
That was a bill that died in committee, so no, it is not.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, sir. And so I'd ask our clerk, Trustee Prusso, if you could summarize any correspondence we might have. I know there's quite a bit.
We do have quite a bit of correspondence. I've asked Trustee Druin to assist me with reading the summaries.
Carlotta Shower, apologize for the names, grandparent commented about the board, asking the board to support LGBTQ+ students. Tracy Brum, community member, commented asking the board to stop the hate at Granada High School and support the kids, especially the LGBTQ+ students. Cynthia Chisholm, parent, commented asking the board to adopt policy language that states that a parent or guardian has the right to be notified in writing when a pupil is identifying at school as a gender that does not align with the child's sex on their official records. Jonas Hamid, community member, commented asking the board to reconsider remodel teardown of the machine shop at Livermore High School. Una Backer's parents commented in regards to the IB program being a key in teaching children the traits of communication, risk-taking, caring, principled, inquirer, and open-mindedness. Ava Taylor, GHS student, commented 4 times asking if the IB students could assist with fundraising to keep the program afloat, submitted a statement from an anonymous IB graduate, submitted a statement from GHS students, and submitted a statement from the middle years program students. Mark Buchler, community member, commented asking the board not to cancel the GHS IB program. Amber Estrada, community member, commented in regards to the disappointment from the IB program being removed from GHS. Laura Pavic, LVJUSD retiree, commented in regards to the IB program being an unmatched world-renowned educational program. Sid Carr, parents, commented asking the board to reconsider its decision to suspend the IB program. Ronald Van Veen, parents, commented asking the board to reconsider its decision to discontinue the IB program. Kathy Orozco, community member, commented asking the board to reconsider its decision to discontinue the IB program and to find a way to keep the program. Elizabeth Schmidt, parents, commented asking the board to reconsider prioritizing the IB program and putting forth the resources to continue the program. Owen Fiddler, GHS student, commented about his experience with the IB program and desires an opportunity to discuss options to ensure that the most popular IB courses can remain. Karen Seacrest, GHS graduate, commented in regards to hope that the IB program can stay active because it is a beneficial program. Jeff Taylor, parent, commented in regards to being against the cancellation of the IB program. Elijah Schellenberg, GHS student, commented 5 times in opposition of canceling the IB program. 2 statements were the same, which were from 2 GHS IB graduates. Another 2 statements were the same, which were from an IB graduate. A statement from junior and senior students from the IB program. Luella Mapagu, GHS student, commented 3 times in opposition of canceling the IB program with a joint statement from IB graduates, a testimonial from GHS students, and an anonymous statement from an IB graduate. Angeline Dillon, GHS student, commented with a statement from GHS IB graduates in opposition to canceling the IB program. Ken B., community member, commented with a statement from GHS students in opposition to canceling the IB program. Panina Chanel Fatulafa, GHS student, commented with a statement from GHS students in opposition to canceling the IB program. Sophia McMichael, GHS student, commented with a statement from GHS students in defense of the IB diploma program. Vivian Rose, parents, commented in regards to the IB program being a mind-broadening program that benefited her children not only for college but for life. Alice Graham, GHS student, commented in regards to her plan to participate in the IB diploma program and a petition with almost 1,200 signatures. Gita Ghosh, community member, commented in regards to the IB program and how it makes well-rounded global citizens. Christine Montiel, parents, commented in regards to the IB program and how it is an extraordinary program that allows students to be extraordinary. Larry McMichael, parent, commented in regards to getting rid of the IB program being a tremendous mistake that will weaken the school's academic prowess. Alan Masagal, parent, commented in regards to his support for the IB program and GHS. Catherine Wong, GHS student, commented 3 times in opposition to canceling the IB program, a statement from GHS students and graduates, another statement from GHS students, and a statement from an anonymous IB graduate. Scarlett Mason-Gale, GHS student, commented with a statement from an IB graduate and GHS student in opposition of canceling the IB program. Anushka Carr, GHS student, commented with a statement from an IB graduate and GHS students in opposition of canceling the IB program.
Brooke Witherspoon, a parent, commented in regards to saving the IB program. Katie Eason, parent, commented asking the board to reinstate the IB program. Alex Gonzalez, community member, commented about the need for the IB program and how it produces better humans to take on the world. Carolyn Booth, parent, commented in regards to the deep disappointment felt upon learning about the cancellation of the IB program. Sherry McGowan, parent and former LVJUSD librarian, commented in regards to the disappointment she feels for the lack of community input, concerns about misinformation being circulated, and offered her support in continuing the IB program. Scott Nalick, parent, commented in regards to his avocation for the full reinstatement of the IB program. Sansun Xiang, parent, commented in regards to the long-lasting impact IB has on the lives of the students and believes that the students will be grateful if the program is continued. Janet Johnson, parent, commented asking the board to reinstate the IB program beyond June 2024 and gave several reasons why this program is important to the community. Vishal Kirti, parent, commented in regards to some of the IB classes being the finest classes at Granada and asked that the board respectfully reconsider canceling the program. Marisa Payne, parent, commented in regards to the dismantling of the IB program and the way students were not informed in advance. Meena Chopra, community member, commented asking the board to continue the IB program at GHS and Mitchell. Megan Wilkerson, parent, commented asking the board to reconsider the decision and keep the IB program. Mitch Eason, parent, commented in regards to the disappointment he feels that Granada is cutting its support for the IB program and that it was cut without any parent, teacher, student, staff, or public input. Kristen Thies, parent, commented thanking the district for everything they do to educate students and asked the district to reconsider the IB program suspension. Jennifer Wong, parent, commented asking the board to reconsider the decision to suspend the IB program at Granada. Amy Vargas, parent, commented in regards to the decision to cancel the IB program and asked that the decision be reversed. The following board correspondence summaries were added after the agenda was published, but before 4 p.m. the day before this meeting. Formal written correspondences received after the cutoff time will be acknowledged at the following meeting. Relitza Avanova Olson, parent, commented in regards to the IB program being suspended without involving the community, students, or parents. Amanda Sanchez, parent, commented in regards to the disappointment felt by the suspension of the IB program. Sarah Suresh, GHS student, commented with statements from Granada IB graduate and Granada students in opposition to the suspension of the IB program. Pierre Leplatiniere, parent, commented in regards to the disappointment felt by the suspension of the IB program. Christian Areza, a Granada graduate, commented in regards to the opportunities the IB program has on first-generation college students. Jennifer Hayes, IB Spanish teacher at Joe Mitchell, commented about the many reasons she believes the IB program should not be canceled. Lynn Kishi, parent, commented asking the board to reconsider the discontinuation of the IB program at Granada. Julie Kadoma, parent, commented asking the board to keep the IB program. Genoa Spersky, parent, commented in support of keeping the IB program at Granada. Jason Spersky, parent, commented on supporting of keeping the IB program at Granada. Mary Fake, parent, commented in regards to a concern about the double standard she saw at the last board meeting and is asking the board to be unbiased. Kristen Kloberduns, parent, commented in regards to the deep disappointment that students will not be able to continue the IB program. Megan Hugh, parent, commented asking the board to reinstate the IB program. Jeanette Henry, parent, commented asking the district to name the LHS Theater after Carol Hovey, retiring theater director and teacher. And Stephanie Kishi, Granada IB diploma graduate, commented regarding what the IB program has done for her. And that concludes our correspondence.
Thank you both. Appreciate it. We're going to move into section 9, which is our information discussion items. I'd ask Mr. Van Schack, our superintendent, if you could introduce 9-1, please.
Thank you, President Bueno. Board members, we have a number of discussion items this evening. We will begin with Assistant Superintendent Melissa Thiede and a discussion of the district library selection process.
Thank you, Superintendent Van Schack, and good evening, President Bueno and members of the board. If you may recall, quite a while back, there was some question about the library selection process and what we go through in order to make selections about library books. And so at that point, we convened a committee. The names of the members of the committee are listed here for you. The committee consisted of our library media specialists, teachers, and a teacher librarian, school administrators, parents, students, district leaders, as well as a board member. The desired outcome of this committee was to just make sure we had a clearly established literacy selection process and also define for our community a very clear reconsideration process. All of this was done in alignment with the Livermore mission statement to have each student graduate with the skills needed to contribute and thrive in a changing world. So when we talk about the district's selection process for books, this is a process that aligns with Board Policy 6163.1, and that task is delegated to our site library staff under the direction of our principal. Our library staff, which is library media specialists or our teacher librarian, they evaluate materials using professional selection aids and standards and make sure that the books are in alignment with law, board policy, and administrative regulation. We do invite recommendations from administrators, teachers, staff, parents, guardians, and other members of our community, as well as students, as appropriate. And if materials are deemed to be obsolete or no longer appropriate, we do make decisions to remove those. So what is the criteria? There are 19 specific items in the attachment that I provided to you in your items, but some of the most, I think, the highlights of that would be that we evaluate materials using professional selection aids and standards. We make sure that the books in our library support and enrich curriculum and or our students' interests. We do want our books to be age appropriate. We feel that it's important for our books to offer differing viewpoints, and it's important for the book selection to promote diversity by including authors and illustrators of all cultures, identities, beliefs, and ideologies. Some of the resources and professional selection aids that our school library media specialists utilize in making their selections are listed here. This is certainly not all-inclusive, but these are some of the resources that they depend on to make decisions. And this is not an unheard of thing, if there's a book that somebody has a concern about, we do have a challenge process, which is very clearly outlined in Administrative Regulation 1312.2. And any challenges concerning instructional materials, which includes our library books, may be taken from a staff member, a resident of our district, parents or guardians of students enrolled in our schools in accordance with our policy, and the very first step is an informal complaint. The process requires the parent or guardian to go to the school site and have a conversation with the teacher or principal, informally having a conversation directly at the site where the issue exists or the concern exists. The second step, if and only if the concern is not resolved at that first level, then we take it to the point of a formal complaint, and there's a written complaint form, which is also included in your board documents for your review. This is a form that was created in partnership with this committee, and it aligns with our administrative regulation regarding the process to follow. Some of the things that the form requires is the name and contact information of the individual who has the concern, the author, the title of the book, the publisher, the section of the book that is of concern, what the concern is, and it must be signed by an individual. When and if that is received by a principal, it is forwarded to our superintendent or designee. The third step then is once the superintendent has the formal complaint, he or she, at this point it's a he, determines whether a review committee should be convened to review the material. If the superintendent doesn't feel that a committee is necessary, the superintendent has the authority to issue a decision. However, the superintendent also has the opportunity to appoint staff members from relevant instructional administrative areas, which may include community members, to form a review committee, which would be step 4. That review committee would review the literature based on our established board policy and selection criteria that I shared with you a little earlier. And that committee would make a determination based on the extent to which the book supports our curriculum, its educational appropriateness, suitability for age level. And within 30 days, that committee would submit a written report of findings to our superintendent. At that point, the individual who filed the initial concern would receive within 15 days of the superintendent's receipt a report from our committee. And if the person was still not satisfied with the outcome, they would have a final and 5th step, which would be to appeal directly to our Board of Education. So this is the process that exists in our board policy and administrative regulation. It was, since February, we've been meeting with this committee and having dialogue. We had students present, and I know I stated that earlier, but I will say that their contributions to this process were impressive and very, very much heard and honored, I think, through this process. But I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time if you have any.
Thank you very much. I believe we have one audience card, and so we're going to call up our one speaker. It's Jackie Coda.
Thank you very much for that thorough explanation. Appreciate it. Question about the committee that's been created, and you said you've been meeting, which is great. With the books that we have presented to the board and brought to everyone's attention, are you expecting this process with a formal complaint to be started now? Or has this already been done with the committee? And it says in there that you have to turn it into a principal, but what if it's a community member that doesn't have a child at a school? Would they just go straight to the superintendent? So a little more detail in the process would be great. Thanks.
Okay. We can add that. Ms. Thede, on that, would a community member just bring it to the district office if they had a concern? If they didn't have a kid in a school, a particular school?
Well, I would imagine that the specific book would be in a library at a specific school site.
At the respective school site.
At the respective school site. So that individual would still need to follow the process and have an informal complaint at the school site directly.
All righty, thank you. All right, we're going to close public comment now. Is there any trustee questions?
Yeah, I do. I just want to comment because I was part of the committee for this, and I also wanted to give a shout out to the students who were on the committee. They were great. We had students, parents, and librarians, some administrators and teachers as well. So I felt like it was just everyone was very respectful, and I think we came to a nice conclusion For me, what was the most important thing is that we had a really clear idea of how we choose books for the library, but also a very clear way, as Ms. Thede just outlined very specifically, a clear way for parents who have concerns to address those concerns. And I think I know we've had some people come to the board meetings with concerns about some of the books, and it would be helpful if they could follow this. I think they will have their concerns more directly felt than coming to a board meeting. And then I just wanted to ask Ms. Thede one more question. Is the challenge procedure, there's the informal complaint and then there's the formal complaint. Is there a form on the website where you can do that, or how does that work? I don't know if we had like a tab on the website that might make it easier to do this.
It is not on the website yet. I wanted to make sure, because it was the work of this committee, that I shared it with you at this board meeting, but that is the intent, to have that put on the district website for that purpose.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Druin?
My wonderful colleague asked my question. It was just where and how this would be accessible, because I think it's if we make policy, then we need to make sure that people have access to it. So either having copies in, just making sure that they have access for multiple, on the website, printed copies in the office, so that if someone asks for it, they don't have to hunt to look for it.
Absolutely. I think it's really important to note that the formal process is only followed if the informal personal contact at the site did not yield the desired outcome.
Thank you. Trustee Wong?
Hi, I have a couple questions. So you said there's existing board policy on this. Did the committee make any changes to the policy, or is this just sort of outlining what the policy is?
Yeah, the committee, and we made it clear at the beginning, did not have the authority. We were not the policy committee, and we were not there to adjust policy, but to read and understand the policy. And the policy states that a clear selection criteria would be established. And so we were making sure that we were very clear in what that criteria is, so that anybody who had questions, we could answer that directly.
Okay. And the review committee, is this a standing committee or something that's formed ad hoc when needed?
It's formed ad hoc when needed, and it depends on the book and the content. Our superintendent, if he felt that a committee was necessary, would choose appropriate members respective to the content or the area.
Okay. And then the last question is whether this policy also applies to classroom libraries?
It does, because once books are brought into our schools, they're considered instructional materials. So yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And thank you very much. Prior to introducing the next item, I see a lot of students, perhaps students in the audience, and we have a few items to go here. And I'm just wondering, just not trying to put anyone on a certain item, but just by a show of hands, maybe not the students, how many of you are here for 9-3? Okay. If there wouldn't be an objection, I'd like to. Well, you want to do 9-2 first? Okay.
5 minutes.
Okay. 9-2 will be short, and then we'll go 9-2, and then we'll go 9-3. Sounds like it's short. Okay.
So let me introduce to you a recent addition to our staff. This is our Director of Fiscal Services, Doug Demore, and he is going to present some information to the board about recently released budget information from the state of California and the governor.
Good evening, President Bueno, members
A little
of the
closer,
board.
please.
Good evening, President Bueno, members of the board, Superintendent Van Schack, members of cabinet. I'll be presenting an update on the governor's May revision. Oh, I have the clicker. Good. Okay. So the May revise provides an update to the governor's budget, which was proposed in January. A key factor to note here is that the state revenues have been underperforming, which is resulting in a $31.5 billion shortfall. I wanted to point out that the California's revenue is largely made up of sales tax, corporation tax, and personal income tax. The largest piece of that is the personal income tax. Part of the reason for the state's revenue shortfall is a sustained downturn, sustained net population loss in high income earners. It's also worth noting that the deadline for filing personal income taxes has been pushed out from from April to October. The governor intends to fund the statutory COLA and protect the local control funding formula, but that will come at a cost of a reduction in one-time funds. And should revenues continue to decline, deeper cuts will be necessary. This slide talks about the changes in planning factors between January and May. We see that the statutory COLA has increased slightly from 8.13% to 8.22%. The unemployment insurance rate has dropped from 0.2% to 0.05%. CalSTRS remains flat at 19.1%, and CalPERS dropped slightly from 27% to 26.68%. Our next slide here shows the changes to the local control funding formula, just a slight increase in the COLA. You can read this slide from left to right. I'll go across the first line for you. Looking at the K-3 grade span, we start off with the 22-23 base grant of $9,166 per ADA, adding the 8.22% COLA of $753, and adding the grade span adjustment of $1,032, brings us to 23-24 base grant of $10,951 per ADA, and so on for the other grade spans. So I mentioned earlier that in order to protect the LCFF funding, there was going to be a reduction in some grants. One of these cuts is going to happen with the Arts, Music, Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant. In January, the governor proposed a $1.2 billion cut to this program, and now in May, that is increased to $1.78 billion, which will effectively sweep the remaining unallocated portion of the grant. This will result in a decrease of $4,024,812 for our district, which is 50% of what we had expected to receive. The other one-time funding reduction is proposed to come from the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. And the May revision proposes a $2.5 billion decrease, or approximately 32%. It's important to note that we have already received the full allocation of $7,601,213. So if this reduction comes to fruition, our district will see an estimated decrease of $2,432,388, which we will be required to return. So with that said, we have some good news. Special education will be receiving an 8.22% COLA. This will increase our base rate from $820 to $887.40 per ADA, which will result in an increase of $819,854 for our district. Some of the remaining unresolved issues is the delay in the tax filing. We won't know the impact of that until taxes are filed, probably not until sometime in November after taxes have been processed. And also, there's still uncertainty with this one-time funding. Assuming it passes, we will, so if the one-time reductions come to fruition, we will be, it's important to note that the monies that we were expected to receive here are to pay for people. And so if these come to fruition, we're gonna find ourselves with $6.5 million shortfall. So our next steps, the public hearing for the 23-24 local control accountability plan and the adopted budget will be held at the next June 13th board meeting. And then the 23-24 LCAP and adopted budget will be presented to the board for adoption at the June 20th board meeting. And once the state budget has been approved, we will have 45 days to make a revision if needed. And that's what I have for you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We do have quite a few cards.
Can I just make one comment first before
Sure.
we go into that? So this is an unprecedented move in California. So essentially what they're saying is money that they gave us last year that we've already budgeted, in some cases already spent, the state of California is now saying we want that money back. And that's $6.5 million of already budgeted money. So this wasn't a proposal in January that we didn't have a chance to budget yet. This is money given to us last year, built into this year's budget, that the state of California is now saying we want that back. As far as I know, that's never happened before in this state. So it's creating some significant issues for school districts that have already hired people based upon those funds, or in some cases already used that money to purchase materials. And now the state of California is saying, we would like that money returned, or we won't give it to you in the first place.
Okay. Thank you. We've got quite a few cards, and we'll go through our cards. This one would like to ask a question in anticipation or prior to the public comment? Okay. If you'd like to clarify anything on the presentation itself, just make any clarifying things, and then we'll go to the end of public comment.
Yeah, I do have a question. So as we have the 4 million and then we have the 2.4 million, is only one of them, the 2.4 million, is possibly part of the allocation that we've already received?
Yes, yes.
And then the 4 million would then be a one-time funding that we would not be receiving, that we were planning on receiving. Is that correct?
Correct. For the arts and music discretionary block grant, we've received 50% already, and so we just would not be receiving the remaining payment.
Okay, so we had, this is the part that we would not be receiving then?
Right.
Okay.
Right, yes.
I feel like I had another question, but I can't remember now.
And it's my
How,
mistake.
I guess,
It's my mistake that the cards I have are
they're for the next one?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, then
We're
I'll ask.
through 'em. The public comment's closed.
So when, I guess, will we find out about these, this one-time funds, I guess?
I'm sorry?
When will we know for sure about the one-time funding? I know it's not,
I believe it still needs to go through Congress to be approved. I'm not sure the timeline. I believe we'll know by July once the budget's approved.
okay.
And I can actually jump
Yeah.
in and clarify the timeline for Mr. Moore. So they are required to present a budget to the governor by June 15th, and they are required to adopt the budget by June 30th. So we will know by June 30th whether or not the state plans on pulling back the one-time funds.
And then if they do pull out the one-time funds, then we have to figure out, there's going to be a hole, right? I'm just wanting to clarify for my own.
Yes, and unfortunately, the way the timeline works with the budget process in the state of California, we are required to adopt our budget prior to the state adopting theirs. So we will adopt our budget based on assumptions known at this time, and then the budget process allows for a 45-day revision. So once the governor and state adopt the final budget, we will have 45 days to come back and adjust our budget for any significant revenue changes.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Wong?
If there are cuts in the reductions in the one-time funds, that doesn't mean anything timeline-wise in terms of how many years that is.
No, these were one-time dollars, so it's just we won't be receiving the additional payment for the arts and music grant, and then for the other grants, they'll be pulling back some of the money.
And are those the only two areas that are having significant reductions?
Those are the only two areas that they brought forward during the May revise, yes.
Okay. And so are we fairly certain that'll be it, or will there be other cuts?
Well, like I mentioned, we're still looking at, personal income tax is a big piece of the state revenue. And, you know, because the filing deadline got pushed out, we're not going to know until the taxes come in how much money the state's going to really have. And so that does create a potential for possible mid-year cuts next year. I mean, depending on how that comes together. So we really won't know until we get there. But I think in the immediate future, these two grants are what we're looking at seeing cut.
Okay. I mean, it's really unfortunate that there's finally money for arts and music, and it's arts and music, and the budget is always last and first out, you know? So that's really disappointing to see.
Thank you. Trustee Drone.
I'm just interested in the technical process of how do you send $6.5 million back to the state? Do you write them a check? Can we send them an IOU?
No.
I'm being kind of funny, but I'm also kind of serious.
I don't believe that the state's going to invoice us. I mean, they could, and we could have to write them a check, but more than likely what will happen is a future apportionment for LCFF, they'll short pay us. So instead of giving us the full apportionment, they'll hold back that $2.4 million.
Thank you.
And to help clarify quickly,
If we could, if we could hang on just one sec. Maybe it's the proximity of the microphone, or maybe our AV folks can adjust that mic. So closer? Okay, so the modulation is good. We just got to get closer to you. Because we're not picking up the audio at all. It's just we're getting the ambient out of the room.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Viscus?
and to quickly clarify how the funds would be returned. So the $4 million that's being withheld from the art and music discretionary block grant was already withheld by the state. We were expecting the payment to come in the spring, and the state withheld it. And so that portion would not be returned. It has never been funded to us, although we were promised it in an entitlement. The $2.5 million from the Learning Recovery Block Grant has been provided to us, as the Director of Fiscal Services explained. What we're hearing is that if the governor and the state do adopt that policy in the June budget, that we will be required to set it up as a liability when we close our books. So ultimately an amount owed to the state, so our financials will be stated correctly when we close the books. And then as Doug spoke, the money will be taken back through a future apportionment for attendance. So not a future apportionment for this grant, but just future money owed our district from the state. They would hold it from that payment.
And we can't invoke no takesies backsies?
I would really like to invoke no takesies backsies. I'd also like to pay
can
it
I
in
move for
pennies
that?
if we have to pay it. But hopefully, like I said, moving forward.
Apologies for the levity. It's really hard to grapple with this.
Thank you. Trustee Guzman?
So I was looking to see when the date that people can file their taxes, and it says October 16th. So how does that play into? Meaning we won't know until almost the end of this calendar year?
Correct. Yeah.
So the state operates on a July 1st fiscal.
Right. But the tax revenue, like you mentioned, it won't be until October 16th for the filing deadline, which means we likely won't know until towards the end of November, once taxes are being processed. Yeah.
And then at that point, it will be up to the state to balance their budget. By that point, they will have adopted the budget for the state, and so our funding should be set. However, based on this unprecedented action where they are actually taking back money that was provided and awarded in last year's budget, we are highly anticipating seeing what the revenues look like for the state in November and to see what steps they take at that point.
Okay, and also to clarify, this is for 23-24 academic year, next year.
Correct.
So when we say last year,
When I speak about the budget that was adopted by the state in June of last year, that was the budget for the 22-23 school year, which is our current school year. So it was money awarded for this school year.
and we may have to return some of the money that we were awarded this school year to be able to, but next year.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And a clarification, is the delay or the prolongment or the postponement of the state income tax, is that a significant driver to this, the October 15th?
I don't know that it's a significant driver, but as I mentioned earlier, the state's seeing higher income earners leave, and that's dropping the amount of revenue that the state's getting in personal income taxes. Pushing it out just pushes the unknown 6 months out. So I don't think that by pushing it 6 months out is really going to change the amount of money that comes in. It's just we won't know for 6 more months because.
But is it the filing? Is it the postponement of the? Because there was multiple states of emergency that were declared during the course of the year because of disasters, and that delayed the April 15th filing for state income tax. Is that a component in the filing here for the state income tax? Is that a component of the state's revenue or diminishment of revenue because of the postponement of state income tax filing? Because that is a significant source for state income.
It's a very significant source of state income. I don't think the postponement per se is a factor, but I think it's the loss in high income earners is the main factor there. But the fact that it got pushed out 6 months is just going to impact the knowing how much money the state's going to receive. So,
the reason I'm asking my question is that quite often when we hear that high-income earners are leaving the state of California, that may or may not be true. The amount of that is there may be a topic to be discussed. But if the April 15th deadline was extended as a result of states of emergency being declared by the governor, and that this problem is not just with our district, but it's statewide with all public schools, that perhaps the state, through their own action of declaration of emergencies, which they couldn't control, that perhaps that might be the pool or the manner in which we could deal with this, rather than, because I don't see a declared like a finite thing here. What I'm seeing is high-income earners left, and so there's a hole, and so we're going to kick the can. And in my experience in public service my whole life, I've never seen them kick the can solely for that reason. There's usually causation. And so I'm wondering if, based on that causation, we could do a little looking to see what it is that's driving it. I mean, not just as Livermore School District, but as public schools to look. I mean, was it the postponement of the April 15th tax filing that is a significant driver of this? That's just a question.
And I would say it's a significant driver in the state's assumptions when they're projecting what their revenues will be. So generally, they start basing their projection on what they see being filed in March. And this year, those revenues are significantly lower and undetermined because of the late filing. And so I would say I agree with your statement that the delay in the tax filing is affecting the state's assumptions about what type of revenue is coming in. And assumptions are being made that high-income earners are leaving our state. However, that hasn't been proven yet because the tax returns have not been filed.
I understand. So I guess my follow-up question would look at, is it a matter of constructive receipt with the state and that the revenues may come in as normal, let's say normal, minus maybe some variation, but those variations over time do vary. What I'm saying is this a matter of the state not having the money in their coffers because of their own action? And there might be some ups or downs based on high-income earners or businesses leaving the state, but that it might be more due to the fact that the state moved the deadline and they won't actually have the money in their coffers to pass on.
Unfortunately, we don't have that in-depth of analysis of the state budget. Our biggest reaction at this point would be seeing their assumptions being, like I said, projected lower because of revenues not coming in at this time.
Okay, that's fair enough. It's just when you see a $6.5 million hole, is it due to the lack of money or the lack of the time when they will receive that money? And it seems like that timeline has moved because of the state's action when they declared states of emergency due to natural disasters, and they moved it. So it's kind of self-imposed. So we may end up right back where we assumed we would be in the absence of that April 15th date move.
We certainly hope that is the case.
One of the challenges is the Legislative Analyst Office made projections on state revenues declining this year back in last year's budget cycle. So the anticipation was slightly lower receipts this year. Moving that out just created a confusion. The May revise always came with a certain level of certainty because taxes had to be filed by April 15th. And so when the governor came out with the revise,
Correct.
it was based upon real data. They had projected the revenues to be down slightly this year. The revenues are down further than expected, but it's unclear as to whether or not there will be a lot of late filers in August, September, and October. Typically, the people who file late are the people who owe money, not are receiving refunds. And so the state legislative analyst office is anticipating that August, September, October, the revenue decrease may increase. So it may be worse off in the fall than they anticipated, which has us a little bit hesitant.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Okay, no other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeMore. We will move on to 9.3, which is a review of data about the International Baccalaureate participation and cost, and that will be provided to us this evening by Assistant Superintendent Melissa Thede.
Good evening, President Bueno, members of the board, Superintendent Van Schack, and Cabinet. I am here to present information about the IB program, specifically the diploma program at Granada High School. And I'd like to start off with some information regarding the number of Granada High School students who have earned an IB diploma since the program's inception. And here you can see the program originated in 2016. 2018, 7 of 517 Granada students graduated with the IB diploma, and you can see going down to what is projected for this current year, 22 of 531, which is about 4% of the students at Granada High School. Tracy School District also has an International Baccalaureate Program, which was started back in 1984. Because I know there's some concern that maybe it hasn't been given enough opportunity to develop and grow. But we can see even since 1984, with about 40 years of opportunity, they have presently 6 students on track to graduate with that IB diploma this current year. I did make efforts to get the same information from Berkeley, who also has an IB program, but I was not able to obtain that information in time for this evening's presentation. So when we look at our cohorts, here's some information showing the IB diploma program cohort completion. And I tried to color code this a little bit, again, back to the beginning. So in 2017, you can see class of 2018, in 11th grade, 10 students were on track to obtain the IB diploma. And then if you go to 2018, that same light yellow color, of 9 who in 2017, there were 10 of them. By senior year, there were 9, but 7 of the 9 were able to obtain the diploma. And it sort of steps down like that year over year. 2018, there were 20 students on track. And by their senior year, there were 15, 14 of which obtained the diploma. And so on and so on. 34 in 2019, who senior year, there were 19, 17 of which, and you can obviously follow that path all the way to our current senior class. 25 juniors last year were on track to receive the IB diploma, and as of today, of the 25, 22 are on track. So overall, there have been, since the program's inception, beginning junior year, a total of 135 students on track to receive the diploma, and 99 of whom will have done so. So of these graduates, the question is, well, where did they come from? And so here's some information, at least for the last couple of years. You can see that for our graduates last year in 2022, the distribution of students from our middle schools, with 4 from Mendenhall, 2 from Christensen, 1 from Joe Mitchell, the K-8 IB school. Junction, K-8, 4 students, and we had 3 students from outside of the district. This year's student graduating class, you can see the distribution: 5 from Mendenhall, 4 from Christensen, 7 from Joe Mitchell,
none from Junction, and we have 6 students who transferred in from outside of the district. And of our current juniors who are on track for the diploma program to graduate next year, you can just see again where the majority of the students come from. 11 from Mendenhall, 2 from Christensen, 3 from Joe Mitchell, 3 from Junction, and 8 transfers from outside of the district. On the next few slides, I'm going to go through the enrollment in our IB courses. I'm going to go through them kind of quickly because there are several slides. I'm not going to read each slide. I'm just going to go through them a little bit quickly. But I'm doing this because it's important for me to assure you and everyone that we did do a deep analysis to understand exactly how many courses are affiliated with the IB program and how many students participate in those courses. Again, I'm not going to take a great deal of time on each slide. I just want to prepare you for that as I click through them. But it is important for you to see that we did do the research, and it is here for you. So starting here with Langlit and History of Americas, psych courses and biology courses, physics, math apps, math analysis, and then into our Spanish IB courses, French IB courses, and visual arts courses. You can see the process. There's several courses affiliated with IB. Class sizes may range from as few as 5 up to about 30 for some of the more popular courses. So, I did not mean to skip that slide yet. Sorry. Let me go back. Okay, so this slide here shows you the number of students taking at least one IB course. So all told, 311 students are taking IB courses this school year, and this is from grades 11 and 12. Just that information for your own knowledge. And of those, as a point of comparison, here's the number of students taking IB tests. Of the 311 students that we just showed on the last slide taking IB courses this school year, 113, and I'm all the way down at the very bottom of that first yellow column, 113 students took 229 tests, but that 113 is about 36% of the 311 taking the courses. And you can just sort of see that as a point of comparison to students who participate in advanced placement. This year, 459 students have taken 831 AP tests. And again, this is just as a point of comparison for your own information. So on the heels of the presentation regarding our budget realities that we're facing, I want to share with you some of the costs that are associated with our IB program. The IB program to run for 1 year is about $500,000. It's $545,000. And this, you can see here, more than 80% of the costs are for the required positions and additional sections that IB requires as a part of that diploma program. And I just wanted to give you that information. You can see that orange section is for specific positions, and then that darker blue section of $182,000 is for the additional sections that we are required to offer in order to provide that IB program. And so I want to make it very clear that we have a very good understanding of the quality of the International Baccalaureate Program. We know that it is a very fine and amazing educational opportunity. There's no question in our mind about that. But the reality of the budget situation that we were in at this point, the reason that has moved forward for recommendation is that it has become cost prohibitive just with the number of students that are involved and the cost associated. It's an amazing program, and we know that, and we're very proud of it, but it has at this point become cost prohibitive. So the next slide shows us the costs of IB and some of the other programs that we offer in our district.
So the IB diploma program, as I mentioned, is about $500,000 with 20 students, or 22, pardon. The calculation was with 22. It's about $24,802 per student receiving that diploma. So it's a $24,000 cost per student to receive that diploma. As another point of comparison, in athletics, our district contributes about $600,000 towards athletics costs, and we have about 2,000 student athletes, and that breakdown ends up being around $300 per student. The students' high school maximum units, allowing that additional units of 75, it's a cost to the district of about $1.2 million, but that impacts 4,162 students at an average cost of about $300 again per student. We have a dual immersion program, which costs us about $57,000, and that benefits 322 students at a cost of about $18 per student. Middle school counselors, $750,000, that's $750,000, with 1,971 middle school students, again, $380. Kid Connection, which is a counseling program that we have in place for our elementary students, is about $161,000 annually. We have 450 elementary students participating in that program at a cost of about $357 per year per student. And the Chromebook refresh, we offer kindergarten students with Chromebook, and then we refresh for them, and our plan is to give them an updated or a newer Chromebook by 6th grade. That's a cost of about $620,000 a year. Between kindergarten and 6th grade, that's about 2,000 students, or 2,107. It's about $294 per student for us to be able to offer that. So again, in just looking at this, it isn't that we don't value IB. We do value IB very, very much. It's a wonderful program. But the costs associated with our current budget reality has just made it something that is not an easy or joyful conversation to have, but it is, this is why it has moved forward and risen to the top as something that we need to move forward with. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Ready? No. Look at our cards. We have quite a few speaker cards. Want to get through the cards and then we'll ask questions. Okay. So I'll do on these, we've got quite a few. And for those who might have been outside when we did it, it's 3 minutes. The timer will come up when you'll see it the whole time. It's up on both these screens. And we want to be able to hear you, so we'll make sure the mic is on. It's in close proximity. They're very sensitive, and your voice goes up as you get closer. So 3 minutes, and we'll try to keep it, we'll keep moving. I'll let you know who's on deck so we can keep going. If someone does want to put in a blue card, just move it to one of the folks over here on the end. I see you there. Thank you very much. We're going to start off with Anna Pham, followed by Shirley Long, or Long.
Good evening, board members. My name is Anna Pham, and as a freshman student of Granada High School, I would like to voice my support of the IB program. As someone who is also a first-generation American citizen coming from an immigrant family, I would like to say that my parents immigrated to the United States in search for opportunities, most importantly, a better education for me. I know that everyone in this room, regardless of background, values education as an inherently American ideal. Therefore, as high school students, we deserve the best educational opportunities that our school can offer. It is incredibly disappointing to see the IB program being stripped away from our community, to see the quality of our education being actively regressed with no consultation whatsoever of the community. The IB program not only serves as an opportunity for students to diversify their worldviews, but also challenges students intellectually by emphasizing international perspectives. Many of my friends and peers are participating in the MYP program, which prepares freshmen and sophomore students to take the IB diploma in their junior and senior years. With confidence, I can say that interest in the IB program is higher than ever. Just the sheer amount of students and parents in this room is evidence of this statement. Many students, like myself, plan to take IB classes without taking the diploma. Classes like IB Lang or IB Psychology are widely popular. At Granada High School, we students deserve to have the choice of engaging in an academically rigorous curriculum. IB is our family, and we fight for our family.
Thank you very much. And we're going to move to Sarah Suresh, and then followed by, Shirley Leong first, and then Sarah Suresh.
Good evening, honorable trustees. My name is Shirley Liang, and I am sitting in front of you to bring up an important issue. I arrived at this meeting expecting that I would only be present to support a cause I am passionate about, bringing back the IB diploma to Granada. My evening was already planned out. Instead, I decided that I needed to tell my story, even though it is just a small one. Thus, I started rapidly typing the speech on my phone, hiding behind my friends because it appeared like I was texting. Don't worry, I'm not that terrible, but don't ask my brother. I recently moved to Livermore last year, and this year was the first year I attended a school in Livermore. My parents recently bought a house here in Livermore, and although it was a spacious property with an amazing neighbors, what really sold Livermore was Granada. I greatly value education, and Granada's IB diploma stood out to me and my parents. Granada seemed like a good school at first, but the IB diploma transformed it into a truly exceptional one. Like so many concerned students iterated before me, or just Anna, the IB diploma opens up various opportunities in school and outside, which is what really drew me to Granada. To put it bluntly, the IB diploma was extremely vital as a deciding factor for the school I would choose. If there was no IB diploma program at Granada, my journey at Granada would have been terminated before it even happened. Ever since I joined Granada's loving community, I have thrived with both IB and non-IB students. There's often a misunderstanding that IB and non-IB students are in separate groups, but that could not be further from the truth. Granada expertly combines the groups together until there is no IB or non-IB. There's only Granada. Removing the IB diploma is unthinkable because it deprives so many students of a chance to be a part of Granada. And yet, the unthinkable has happened. Let us correct this disservice and restore Granada and any potential students of their future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to, as most of you guys are in IB, here's what I'll say. If we can hold our applause, give us like a 3 clap at the end and we know. Because all those little intermissions, it's going to add up because we've got 60 cards and it's going to take, yeah, see? So here's what we're going to do. If you're an affirmation with the speaker at the end, we're just going to give a 3 clap. We good? All right. Some of you may go to 4 or 5, but we'll keep them going. All right. Sarah Suresh and then Scarlett Massengale. Good evening.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Menchak, President Bueno, trustees, clericals, and more. On May 11th of this year, Granada High School received an email from our principal reporting the suspension of the IB diploma program for the school year. As an IB diploma candidate in her junior year, I was hurt. I was hurt that other students would not be able to experience the home that I found within this community. I was hurt that the community within the program would be shattered. I was hurt that an education institution so valuable to our community would be ripped before my eyes. As a result, we went before Superintendent Van Schack and Principal Conover on 2 separate occasions. We were informed that $4 million in budget cuts needed to be done within the 2024 to 2025 school year. And as a result, the prioritization of certain programs was necessary, while others were eliminated. Much of the reasoning behind the suspension of the 5-year program was due to the reported limited interest from our students and a program cost in excess of $400,000.
School board and superintendent, tonight you will hear from a wide variety of Livermore School Unified District students as we present the intrinsic value of the IB program, the interest received from our Livermore community and that of outside of our community, the educational and welfare gap that minorities and marginalized groups overcome through the IB program, the safe haven that the IB community provides, the distinction between the advanced placement classes and International Baccalaureate Program, the substantive topics discussed within our curriculum, and our willingness to streamline this program. Superintendent and school board, I stand before you with the support of the LVJUSD students. The Granada IB program should no longer be halted or destroyed, but rather built upon to weed our inefficiencies, providing an advanced pathway for such a modern, politically diverse world. Whether you choose to keep the IB program or not, know that either way you will be teaching students a lesson. It is your choice whether the lesson is about the appeasement of hate, of letting money dictate the opportunities your children deserve and being a bystander. Or you'll teach your kids about doing the right thing even when it's the hardest decision to make. About standing up for something you believe in, fighting for opportunities for other people even if it doesn't necessarily affect you. About compassion and about justice. Thank you.
I know we slip. Scarlett Massingale, followed by Asha Bardolawala.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Scarlett Massingale, known to my classmates as the kid who commutes from Fremont. There are two main points I'd like to convey to you tonight. One is that the extra time commitment that comes with the drive has been entirely worth it. Granada has been nothing short of amazing. I am truly very, very grateful for all my teachers, friends, and classes. Before I chose to come to Granada, I visited a plethora of private and public high schools, like Silicon Valley International and Corey Lane. Granada stood out to me because it was the best combination of a public school with an IB program. The focus on critical thinking rather than memorization appealed to me. The second point I'd like to make is actually more of an anecdote. I've been fortunate enough to meet a number of upperclassmen through sports. When the decision to cancel IB came out, many of my teammates wondered what I thought and how it was going to affect me. But the funny thing was, it affected all of them too. Those who had taken IB classes told me that they really enjoyed them. Those who had taken IB and AP classes told me they thought the IB classes were without a doubt more engaging. With this, I hope that we can come to an agreement that the IB program at Granada is worth a lot more than a price tag. Thank you.
Thank you. Scarlett, thank you. And we're moving to Asha Bardolawala, followed by Moni Knopp.
Okay. Good evening, honorable trustees, members of the board, and citizens of the city of Livermore. My name is Asha Bardolawala, and I'm an International Baccalaureate or IB diploma student for the class of 2024. I've recently heard that you are planning on abolishing the IB program at GHS. I'm here today to tell you why that decision would be a detriment to our entire school community and minority students in particular. IB curriculum is known for its diversity and global-minded perspective. It teaches students about all sorts of minorities and events that affect us right now, whether it be women, the Black community, the Latino community, the Asian American community, the Indigenous community, or more. People we will interact with during our lives at one point or another. The curriculum does not only encourage the participation of its diverse student body, which includes a significant number of minority students, but also mandates that we learn about their crucial histories in the US. I think every person here believes that everyone deserves an excellent college-level education. Everyone deserves to learn in a way that will make them the most successful in college or life as a whole, and everyone deserves equal opportunities in our school's case for free. In the email sent to the IB students at GHS declaring the end of the IB program, the AP program was proposed as an alternative for students seeking a higher education pathway. However, according to the statistics provided by LVJUSD's Local Control and Accountability Plan, or LCAP budget, only 1.1% of English learners, 10% of low-income students, 0% foster youth, and 3.1% of African American students are enrolled in at least one AP course. In the very same document, the LVJUSD school district states that the LCAP's sole purpose is to address discrepancies in the performance of English learners, low-income and foster youth, compared to the performance of other peer groups by allocating additional supplemental funds to strategic actions that support the students in improving or increasing services that meet their needs. While the AP program is certainly an excellent program for some students, it is clear that marginalized groups are not properly represented in it. If the goal of the LVJUSD district is truly to support these students, it is counterproductive to remove a program that is proved to allow English learners, the Hispanic population, and other minority students to receive college credit that would otherwise be difficult for them to achieve. By ending the IB program, the school puts the very same minority groups it is dedicated to supporting at a further disadvantage by removing a crucial program that provides equitable higher education to students for free. I ask you, Superintendent and school board, that we should not provide students with only one option of learning. There should not be an either-or situation, but rather a variety of classes we offer to our students in order to provide an advanced pathway for our students who are becoming part of the marginalized community in Livermore. Our school commits itself to supporting diversity and equity. It is literally the letter D in our Pride rubric. Please don't let money be the reason for abandoning a crucial part of our community. Thank you.
Good. We're going to go with Moni Knopp. Jennifer Hayes. Good evening.
Good evening, President Bueno, Superintendent Van Schack, and distinguished board members. My name is Moni Knopp, a proud 28-year resident of Livermore. Throughout my time in the city, I have served the city in various capacities, including serving as a youth soccer coach, an 8th grade basketball coach at Menno Hall, a dedicated community leader, volunteer, and a Livermore police officer for 17 years. Over the years, I've witnessed numerous changes taking place in our community. One significant change I would like to highlight is the turnaround that occurred at Joe Mitchell K-8 school. During my 3 years as a DARE officer for the Livermore Police Department, assigned to teach all 5th graders at Joe Mitchell School on the importance of drugs resistance, I was aware of the school classification as Title I school. This Title I designation resulted in a negative perception from parents in the Livermore community who felt the school standards were less than desirable. It was only years later that I had pleasure of meeting Dr. Laura Limbo, the current principal of Joe Mitchell, while serving as the mini grant chair for my Rotary Club. From Dr. Limbo, I learned that Joe Mitchell School was part of an IB program that empowers students to reach their fullest potential while cultivating local and international perspectives. As a parent who raised 2 sons in Livermore, I felt that an IB program offers a world-class education with a global outlook that prepares Livermore students to be global citizens. As Joe Mitchell IB's program gained notoriety, I observed an increase in students' enrollment as the parents saw the value of having their children live in Livermore, but be able to think worldly. As the community becomes more culturally diverse and participates in the global economy, I can understand why Joe Mitchell currently has a waiting list. It is not a mere coincidence, but rather a testament to the outstanding leadership, the leadership team, and the IB program offered at Joe Mitchell. In my current profession as a local realtor for the past 16 years, I frequently receive inquiries about school in Livermore. When I mention the IB program at Joe Mitchell and Granada High School, there's always heightened interest and an influx of questions regarding our schools. I firmly believe that the IB school at Joe Mitchell and Granada School is one of the primary factors in influencing families to choose Livermore as their home. As you're well aware, with low housing inventory and high demand, property values have increased significantly. This increase in property values directly contribute to a higher tax base, which in turn benefits our school district and community. The enhanced funding for school through property tax is just one of the many compelling reasons why I urge you to reconsider reinstating the IB program in the school system. The IB program attracts families from culturally diverse backgrounds to our city. As someone who worked closely with employers hiring individuals in our community,
10 seconds.
I can attest that the IB program education empowers the students to have a competitive edge and an employable in a global workforce. with today's interconnected world, an IB program is
That's your time, sir.
precisely what the student and the community need.
That's your
Thank
time.
you. I hope you consider.
Now we have Jennifer Hayes, followed by Jonathan Van Essen. Or might be Eisen.
Good evening, School Board, President, Superintendent. It's nice to see you all. I'm going to take a couple seconds just to say thank you to each one of you, because these meetings this year have really been something. You guys have listened to a lot of public comments, and I really just appreciate you being able to give us all this time. Thank you. I'm a Spanish teacher at Joe Mitchell, and you might wonder, like, what does the Spanish teacher care? I teach the weirdest Spanish class that you can imagine, and I love it. And several of my past students are here in the room. I'm so proud of them. I used to teach with dual immersion. That was my first love. My second love is our curriculum into context, the global context, all these other contexts. You have heard, and you will hear more students talk to you about how amazing IB is, and I really appreciate that you recognize that this is a phenomenal program. I think that there's some information that's not quite right. If I were doing this as a former debate coach for the migrant ed teams, I would say that we're comparing apples to oranges a few times, and I think we want to be careful about that. The IB trait for that would be being principled and being knowledgeable and being an inquirer. And so when we talk about the cost per student, you've only isolated the students who are the diploma candidates, and that not all the students involved. I'm a mom too. My youngest did the full diploma, and my oldest was at Livermore High, mostly because of Mrs. Hovey, so go Miss Hovey. But also because she had maxed out all the French levels by 10th grade, native French speakers, and so she had nothing else to do for 11th and 12th grade, and her parents, who care a lot about her education, said not acceptable, and her only option was to do something online or to go to Granada, and she was able to do the single subject French at the high level and earn credit. So there are all kinds of scenarios for kids to go through the program, so I don't think that how you're calculating the cost per student is actually a fair representation of that. I think that
30 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to put it on you as a district. I'm going to ask you to recognize that you were risk takers when you set up this program. I know that former board member Runyon was very favorable to this. I'm not sure that in 5 years you have, as a school district, supported the program in terms of recruitment and retention. Why is almost half of the cohort between junior year and senior year?
That's your time, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Please reconsider the decision.
Thank you. Jonathan Van Eisen or Issen, and followed by Angeline Dillon.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Van Essen, and I am an IB senior at Granada, and I am one of the 22 seniors that are on track to graduate with my IB diploma this summer. As mentioned by many of those students tonight, there was a lot of benefits that I have gathered from IB, and having been through the diploma so far, I have seen those benefits. It has helped me in my schoolwork, and it has also helped me in writing college essays and getting into college. That has been blatant and clear. Also, talking to a lot of the seniors who graduated last year, class of 2022, both prior to the decision being announced to us and after, they talked about the tremendous benefits IB has had to them in college. They feel better prepared, and they say they outperform their fellow classmates, which is, I think, a very beneficial thing that all students need the opportunity to pursue. Additionally, as mentioned before, you guys have said that AP will be replacing IB, and as mentioned by other students and other members of the community, it is unfair, in my opinion, to compare AP and IB. They're two very different programs with very different meanings and reasons for behind them. IB focuses heavily on international mindedness and bringing different perspectives from different people and collaborating together. That is not apparent in AP from my discussion with my fellow friends and classmates. So again, we cannot compare AP and IB, and it is very important we have both of them. Finally, as shown earlier in the statistic of the students who are taking the IB diploma and where they've come from, there's a lot of students coming from outside communities from other cities coming to Granada specifically for the IB diploma. And if it is your prerogative as a school board to increase enrollment in GHS and LVJUSD as a whole, this is another major reason we need to keep IB. Thank you, and to finish, I believe IB is a very great program that we need to keep for all the benefits to the current students in it and all future generations and students to come. Thank you.
Angeline Dillon, followed by Catherine Wong.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Angeline Dillon, and I am here this evening to support the International Baccalaureate Program. When I read the email explaining that the International Baccalaureate Program was to be suspended, I was angry. I'm angry because this affects so many people negatively. Somebody very important to me told me they are very upset because they're a person who has major social anxiety and finds it hard to join clubs or extracurriculars that would be important for some sort of college credit. That's why they decided IB was a good choice for them. But they didn't just join the IB program for the credit that came with it, but mainly because it was more of a hands-on way type to learn. They believe that gives more preparation and skills for life after high school, whether it's college or a work environment. That is why I'm here today. I chose to stand up for something I believe should stay, not because it harms my future, but because it harms so many others as well. The IB program is a wonderful form of learning with an amazing purpose. It is more than just AP classes. The IB program gives you something special in college applications. It provides you with a different learning experience, such as different grading systems, more hands-on activities, and it develops our need to thrive in life. The program gives you the opportunity to get to know your classmates and teachers better as well. It can provide you with amazing opportunities that you wouldn't get elsewhere. The IB program is what makes Granada High so special. It's not a common learning system that you get to use at every school. I was lucky enough to be in the program from such a young age. I started the program in first grade at Joe Mitchell K-8 school. The IB program was the reason my family chose to transfer there from Sunset Elementary, and I love Miss Hayes. I've now been in the program for 9 years, and I couldn't see learning any other way. The fact that IB involves so much about other places in the world is truly amazing. I benefited from the IB attributes you are taught and the mentality it gives you. I've connected most with the risk-taker and open-minded attributes which I use daily. The thing that angered me the most was how sudden and unexpected this came. There are so many things students, parents, teachers, and the community can do to help. We could provide better advertising for more applicants, fundraisers, and other special events to raise money for the program. We all understand that the most challenging issue is the number of applicants and the fact that the average number of students graduating with an IB diploma is 16. But hundreds more have learned from it in the past and want to learn from it now. All of the students here today are proof. It didn't have to end this way, which is why others and I are speaking up. We believe we can make a change. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to go to Catherine Wong, and on deck is Ava Taylor. And just a little piece when we're coming up, because some of you haven't spoken in public, and we want to hear what you say. The easiest rule on these mics is just put 3 fingers on the mic, and that's where your face should go, and that's the proximity. And feel free to move it or bend it, because we really want to capture it.
Good evening, Mr. President and Honorable Trustees. My name is Catherine Wong. Tonight, I would like to provide a perspective of support for the Granada IB program. Our cause to address the suspension of the IB program has received an overwhelming amount of support from so many people, and it has been truly amazing. As of 10 o'clock last night, we had a petition with 1,245 signatures, and the number has been steadily growing. We cannot emphasize how grateful we are for this support, and we ask that you, honorable trustees, will consider what we have to say. As a whole, we as a community of scholars, families, and many others want you to understand that we are willing to streamline our program by working with you to implement solutions to financial issues. We were willing to take whatever means necessary to ensure that the Granada High School International Baccalaureate Program is a resource we continue to have access to for grades 9 through 12 long into the future. This program is a valuable resource to students and the community as a whole, and opens so many doors for our futures. We have gained invaluable knowledge and formed an extensive community of supporters. The program suspension impacts more than just the 425 students who took at least one IB class this year. We want to work with you to do what it takes to protect our education. Thank you.
Thank you. Ava Taylor, and on deck, Penina Chanel Fatahalofa.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a freshman at Granada High School with a deep care for the IB program. You've seen how important IB is, and I need not reiterate all the benefits and all the reasons that we love the program. All we want as students, as a school, and as a community is to have IB back for the next school year, which will hopefully allow us enough time to do what is needed to keep the program for the foreseeable future. We do not want to pause, and we definitely do not want a permanent end to the program. We need this program to stay implemented for the betterment of the school. Current and incoming GHS students will stop at nothing to hold up our end of any deal that keeps the IB program at our school. The principles in IB cannot be found anywhere else, and the permanent removal of it will devastate our students. Simply put, the IB program is irreplaceable. With so many of our students' futures dependent on this program, I see no reason to disallow the effort we are willing to put in to save our education. Lastly, and most importantly, I would like to thank the board on behalf of all the students, parents, teachers, and community members here tonight. We understand the weight of these kinds of decisions, and we appreciate your willingness to work with us. You have our full confidence that the board will do what they do best, build a bright future for all. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Penina Chanel Fatahalofa, followed by Vibran Brastowitz.
Hi, my name is Penina Chanel Fatahalofa, and I'm a student at Granada High School. I live in Tracy, California, and if you've ever been on the Altamont Pass in the morning commute, you understand how hectic it gets. The whole purpose of my enrollment at Granada was because of the IB program, specifically its IB high-level Spanish class about the culture as well as the language itself. I was previously enrolled at Junction Avenue K-8 School in their dual immersion program, which was basically a program throughout kindergarten, elementary school, and middle school, where I learned all the basic academic necessities such as math, literature, and other subjects in both English and Spanish. Towards the end of 8th grade, I researched a way to truly continue the dual immersion program, seeing as I really enjoyed it, and through research and the help of my friends' siblings who had already finished middle school and already started the IB program, they introduced IB to me. With more research, I became invested in the program and what it had to offer. And my friend who was already in the program told me all the pros about IB. He explained how, unlike regular classes that teach subjects at faster paces, the IB program allowed me to go into depth about subjects I loved to truly learn and understand it. From then on, I grew excited to participate in it when my time came as a junior. Unlike most people interested in IB, I am not enrolled in the MYP program. With that being said, the cancellation disappointed me for an array of reasons. One prominent reason was because my education and love for the Spanish language culture has been taken from me. The opportunity to learn more and pursue the Spanish language through the IB program has been taken from me. The very reason I transferred to Granada has been canceled for reasons I find unfair and discouraging. Please reinstate the IB program for my education and the education for many students just like me who want the choice to choose what education we want. Thank you.
You. Now, Vivian Brastowitz.
Thank you, yeah.
Did I get it close?
I apologize. I think my writing wasn't very good.
No, it's my age.
Not so much. Good evening, board members. I have a different perspective than some of the really excellent students that have spoken already. I have an incoming freshman coming in, and we interviewed a number of private schools in the East Bay and looked at Livermore High, our home school, as well as Granada. And we chose Granada specifically for the IB program. If you look at our neighbors to the west, Pleasanton, Dublin, San Ramon. They all have honors programs for their freshmen and sophomore students. Now that's separate from AP, right, which are typically for our upperclassmen that require prerequisites. But when I was at Granada and toured, I asked a number of the teachers and any administrator I could talk to. And I asked them one question: why is it that we don't have honors classes for our freshmen and our sophomores? And you know what the answer was from almost everybody? That's a good question. I do not know. The one person that answered, a teacher, it was a science teacher, he said, you know what you need to do? You need to look into IB, because our IB program is fashioned from our advanced courses. So the reason why we are at this school is because we want rigor for our kids, right? But more importantly, it teaches our kids a way of thinking. Critical thinking. You know, they might not remember the exact dates of when this happened and that happened. But what really impressed me with this program is the way that it teaches our students how to think. And because at the end of the day, at graduation, when they pass through those doors and they're going to college or doing whatever they're doing, that's the most important thing that we need to be teaching them. Is how do you think? How do you find yourself in this world globally? How do you fit within that picture? And you know, coming from as a student of AP classes when I was in high school, I can tell you that there's no way that AP can teach that. IB is irreplaceable. So what I'm here to ask today is that you continue the IB program for this year, right? Let's look at this more in depth. We, the stakeholders here, and you know, a lot of other parents and other folks that I've spoken to, we just want an opportunity to figure out the funding issue, to figure out how we go about streamlining the program so it makes sense for the school and makes sense for the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Daniel Booth, followed by LJ Schellenberg.
Good evening, board. First of all, I would like to say that I understand and appreciate all that this board does for Livermore schools. I can also relate to the budget gap that is preventing the main issue with keeping the program. However, I know for a fact that the passion and love for the IB program among the students is infinitely more powerful than any financial barrier. The IB program allows me to actually think about what I'm learning and gives me space to go in depth into thought processes that I can't find anywhere else. Taking away this program will take away what people love about Granada. You get to know all the people in your classes at a level that you wouldn't otherwise, and these connections are immensely valuable. If this program is taken away, it will harm not only the quality of education at Granada, but the connections built and the community formed. Losing this program is a heavy disappointment for every student, teacher, and person involved with the IB program. At the end of the day, I understand the reasons behind this decision, but I don't think it's an unsolvable problem if we can work together and find a solution. Thank you.
Next speaker, LJ Schellenberg, followed by Carolyn Booth.
All right. Dear Honorable Trustees, my name is LJ Schellenberg, and I'm a freshman on the GHS campus. The International Baccalaureate Program is truly something special at our school. One of the things that is incredibly unique is the safe environment and community it contains. The students in the diploma form very close bonds and get to know each other very well. This is one of the things that traditional education, AP, or other course styles don't offer. By participating in the IB program, students are able to fully participate in class without the nerves of speaking in front of strangers and not worrying about being judged. Being able to do this unlocks a new level of communication skills, which can only lead to success. Having students that can speak their minds and their opinions is priceless. Especially after the pandemic, communication is a skill that has noticeably declined in our education system. This skill is something that will be very valuable in our future endeavors. The IB program encourages students to think bigger and discuss things that are very important in today's world. Students are able to give their entire opinion on some sensitive topics that a traditional education will not typically allow to be spoken about. These topics are a necessity to understand because they're common themes in today's world. Not having an entire understanding of these topics are harmful to the students because they are left with questions. Once they have questions, students turn to debatable sources to complete their understanding without seeing multiple points of view to solidify their knowledge. Without this program, the students of Granada and the future of adult Livermore are left with an incomplete education. This diploma is something that will be worth reinstating. It is something that gives a unique quality to our students and future generations. Students enjoy going to school and look forward to working with a group of students that they can feel comfortable with and think freely. With the IB diploma, the students on our campus become better people, develop important skills, and learn to enjoy school with a very passionate group of students. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Carolyn Booth, followed by Jennifer Wong, and it's 10:30 at night, and so when we go this late, it's a board action that we'll take to extend, and so I would entertain a motion to extend it given the amount of public comment we have.
President Bueno, I move to extend the meeting by, do I just say extend?
You say extend,
extend.
That's fine. We have a second.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, if you call the roll.
Trustee Druin?
Aye.
Trustee Guzman?
Aye.
Trustee Wong? Aye. Myself, aye. President Bueno.
Aye. Thank you for the procedural thing. And so we'll go with Carolyn Booth, followed by Jennifer Wong. Thank you. You're up. And again, the proximity, it's just we can catch it.
Okay. I'm Caroline Booth, and I'm the parent of two LVJUSD students, one of whom you just heard from. He's a freshman.
We really, you can move it.
Sorry.
It's flexible, and I know people get nervous, but literally the base of that thing slides around, and you can move it up and down.
Okay, I think I
Perfect.
have it now. So I'm the parent of two LVJUSD students, one of whom you just heard from. He's a freshman at Granada and intended taking the diploma in 2024. We appreciate the data that you've shared this evening. We've definitely been missing that. Your job is not easy. It would be interesting to see some more deeper data around the communities, the groups that are involved, because we think there may be some marginal groups that are impacted by that. But I would like to offer up a different perspective on the AP program that's being offered as the alternative to IB. So one of the recurring themes that I've seen as I've done some research is that AP classes have an impact on students' mental health. AP classes lean heavily towards memorizing and regurgitating facts in an exam setting, enabling students with a good short-term memory to do very well. But for many students, this type of learning is counterproductive. There's a growing body of academic studies that shows that AP study lends itself to competitiveness, sleep deprivation, chronic stress, burnout, anxiety, depression, and even suicide. This is not what we want for our children, and I know the district is committed to mental health first aid training and that our kids' mental health is your priority. IB offers an alternative for students who learn and thrive in a more collaborative classroom setting. It goes beyond academic achievement and recognizes the importance of their mental health and the well-being of students, including those who may be neurodivergent. The program's learner-centered approach encourages educators to consider the individual needs of students and fosters a supportive and inclusive environment. This more holistic approach to education focuses not only on cognitive development, but also on social and emotional growth. The curriculum incorporates opportunities for self-reflection, self-management, collaboration, and allows students to develop a strong sense of identity and resilience. This emphasis on self-awareness and emotional intelligence helps students navigate challenges, manage their stress, and build healthy relationships, the IB family, ultimately contributing to positive mental health outcomes and setting them up with skills for coping in life. These are life skills we're teaching. Let me be clear by saying that I don't want to take away from those students who are thriving in the AP learning environment. I believe there's room for both IB and AP to coexist. I don't believe that a cookie-cutter, one-size-fits-all approach is ensuring that each student will graduate with the skills needed to contribute and thrive in a changing world. Those are your words. I agree with them. I urge you to reconsider your decision. Allow this community of willing and able parents and supporters to assist you in finding ways to overcome this challenge. Thank you for your attention.
Now we have Jennifer Wong, followed by Darcy Baird. Karen Marguth is in the hall.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Wong. I'm a parent of a Granada IB Diploma alumni, a current Granada IB junior, a Granada freshman who was hoping to begin IB coursework in the fall of '24. I'm also the current president of Granada Music Parents. Our family moved to Livermore in 2019. After looking at both Pleasanton and Fremont, we bought a home in South Livermore so that our children could attend Granada for IB. As parents and supporters, we appeal to you tonight. We ask that you reverse the decision to suspend the Granada IB program. Allow it to proceed fully uninterrupted for grades 9 through 12, not just the diploma students. Allow stakeholders to engage with you on an objective evaluation of the program. Help us understand the underlying budgetary concerns. Allow us to help you streamline, fill sections, and identify funding solutions. We want to help you ensure the long-term success of this valuable program and protect it for future generations of LVJUSD students. My daughter was among the 14 who graduated in June 22 with a full diploma. Those students began their diploma work during the worst of the pandemic, just 5 months after schools had been abruptly closed and learning interrupted before vaccinations and reopening strategies were even viable options. The IB program provided her with stability and a safety net. She thrived and is now studying at UCSD, having enrolled with enough credit to have the option to complete her diploma in just 3 years. She's in her 3rd quarter and already taking upper division coursework. My junior is a very different learner from his sister, but he is also thriving in IB. He chose a hybrid approach, taking IB Math, HOA, Lang Lit, and Music, AP Science, and Spanish 3 this year. Unfortunately, he missed out on a highlight of the curriculum, Theory of Knowledge, because there simply weren't enough seats in the class. My freshman was looking forward to beginning IB coursework the fall of '24. You heard from her earlier. She carefully considered her courses for this year and next so that she would be well prepared for August of 2024, and that option's been taken away from her. Finally, my husband is a Livermore alumnus who went on to earn a PhD from Georgia Tech in aerospace engineering. He couldn't be here tonight, but he now serves as a senior civilian scientific leader in the Army. Of those scientists and engineers who work for him, 98% have an advanced degree. 68% of them have PhDs. He sees daily just how important a high-quality fundamental education is in growing our next generation of scientists and thinkers. The IB curriculum prepares students to do just that. My husband sees this as a key enabler for the United States to maintain technological leadership. That's how important this program is. Thank you for your consideration.
We have Darcy Baird, followed by Karen Marguth.
Hi, good evening. I would like to discuss a little bit the money. So the budget that we heard about from Principal Conover was about $400,000. The one we heard about tonight from you all was $545,000. So the budget seems to have increased by almost $150,000 in about 10 days. But I think that the real issue is that we were saying that a $400,000 to a $545,000 budget is divided by just a small number of students. And just like when you put up the numbers for sports, you didn't divide it by the amount of students that won a certificate, you divided it by the number of students who participated. Currently, there are 425 students participating in the IB program at Granada High School. That includes 359 juniors and seniors and 66 children in the MYP program. So using your new math, that comes out to about $1,283 per student, which is far less than the $24,000 that you put up there. It also includes the cost of a librarian and an IB coordinator who's a tenured professor who is going to need to be employed by the school district. So if you divide it by less than that, it is even less. We acknowledge that these are financial times and we understand that there's budget, but there's an in-between between stopping a program completely and allowing us to help you out. We have a group of stakeholders here who are willing to partner with you to streamline, fill your sections, and identify outside funding solutions to make this program self-sustaining. I'd like to say that I am a staunch advocate for the for the public school system, and I was exceedingly proud when Livermore adopted this program because we support education, different learning styles, but we also acknowledge that our students today need more tools in their toolbox than they ever had before. No offense to the Tracy School District, but we are different. We house one of the largest and most innovative labs in the world in our backyard. And because of that, we need to respect and honor by being a community who supports a variety of programs like IB. A program like this that not only provides a safety net for our students who may be falling behind, but one that is willing to catapult even our brightest stars. Let us help you fund this program. We can do it.
Thank you. Karen Marguth, followed by Sachi Massengale.
Good evening to the Board of Trustees. My name's Karen Marguth, and I served as the IB coordinator at Joe Mitchell School for 5 years and retired 3 years ago. And since then, I've been working for the IB organization in their educator network, which means that I get to visit IB schools mostly in the Northern Hemisphere and help them through their journey becoming an IB school. I work with schools that are just starting, tiny rural schools, inner city schools, and I talk with them about how they can build their programs. Because of the pandemic, you know, everybody lost steam. Everybody lost steam in the IB programs. The number of students enrolled, the number of students who got the diploma, et cetera, dropped. And as a response to that, the IB organization has become much more flexible in terms of it's much less, you know, sort of like compliance oriented. It's much more flexible about what's the context of your school and what do you need to help make this program succeed. So that's one thing I wanted to share with you this evening. Another thing I wanted to share with you was that as part of my visits, I always get to talk with school boards. And I always take notes because I have to write a report afterwards. And so last night I went back through all my notes with school boards and I sort of gathered some of the words that they've used for the reasons why they chose to bring an IB program and why they choose to continue it. And some of the words that they've used, and by the way, nobody mentioned the IB diploma. All right, that is not the reason to bring an IB program to a district. It's a very, very, very rare student who takes on that challenge because it's kind of an insane thing to do, frankly. But for those students who want to do it, we want that opportunity to be there for them to go above and beyond, right? But really, the reason that boards choose this program is for things such as, you know, we have high achieving students here who want that edge for getting into college. We need to build the soft skills that business leaders yearn for in their employees. They use words like community, stewardship, neighborliness, our relation to the larger whole, being cooperative, lifting up struggling students and their families, belief in mutual interdependence, fellowship. We're a STEM-focused community. We're a military community. This program provides access to first-generation immigrants and their children. This program provides access to students not quite cut out for AP with its fast pace and its rigor. And this program has been the solution that attracted folks back to a school with declining enrollment. And that reminds me of Little Joe Mitchell School. 11 years ago, there was a group of parents who took a risk and enrolled their kids in a school that was declining, that wasn't popular. And that crop of parents is just about to land at Granada High School next year.
That's your time.
Don't burn the field when you're about to get a really good crop.
That's your time, ma'am. Okay. Sachi Massengale.
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
My name is Sachi Massengale. My daughter spoke earlier, and I'm part of the family commuting from Fremont. I'm here today to dispel the misperception that IB is for the affluent. One of the many schools we visited when we're researching high schools was Del Mar High in Campbell. When the decision to suspend IB was announced at Granada, I reached back out to the IB coordinator at Del Mar to learn what made their program successful. And here's some points that I'd like to share. Del Mar High's community is not affluent. In fact, it's a Title I school. They have many English learner students from immigrant families and also first-generation college students. Few students were enrolling in AP classes, so they decided to introduce the IB program as an equity program. Then they actually found out that the students were thriving. They were learning better in the IB program. So as a result, they focused on broad participation of IB classes under the slogan, IB for all. Fast forward, now, half of their students take at least one IB class, and their IB coordinator said she couldn't imagine suspending the program due to the uproar it would cause in the community. For reference, Del Mar modeled their IB program after Sequoia High in Redwood City, because Sequoia also serves a similar community. So, as you can see, there are other examples out there of IB programs helping the underserved. When we tell other families in Livermore that our daughter commutes from Fremont for the International Baccalaureate Program, the first response we receive is, "What's that?" IB at Granada hasn't been given the chance to reach its full audience, and yet there are over hundreds of students participating. Imagine how many students from all economic backgrounds could benefit if we got the word out about our IB for All program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Siddhartha Kar. Might be Siddhartha Kar. Please correct me. And followed by Alan Massengale.
That was close enough. Good evening, board. I'd like to start by sharing a personal example of my family. We've had the distinct joy and advantage of having lived and worked in 5 different countries. And in each country, I've been very blessed to interact with their respective IB schools. And we've always, as a family, been impressed by the quality of students who come out of these schools. They have rigorous academic rigor. In addition to that, they have an international outlook to life, which is something you can't get anywhere else. And invariably, those IB schools turn out to be among the top 3 or 4 schools within those cities or countries. So when we were looking to buy a house in the Bay Area, one of the choices which we had was the entire Tri-Valley. We selected Livermore primarily because of the Granada IB program. So I am one of those new home owners who pay a premium for a house here, who pay you higher property taxes, and hopefully these are the kind of people you'd like to attract. But what you're doing today is sending a statement to all of us that we made a mistake. I have today one child who is going to be having the advantage of having an IB diploma, and one who is getting into the IB MYP program and who will not have a chance to go through the diploma program because of the short-sighted decision the board is making today. I'd like to also tell you that while we supported Measure A, we did not expect that right after the additional funding the board would get, it's going to come around and take out one of the most important programs the school can provide. This just talks to the decline of education in Livermore, in my opinion. The financial reasons cited by the board and school do not really stand up to scrutiny, and I think are almost borderline disingenuous. That's been borne out by the earlier speakers, and I think you need to understand that a bit more in detail. We as the parents are willing to work with the board, figure out a financial situation. IB wants to work along with the school district. I think you need to provide us an opportunity to be able to put together a meaningful program and have the continuation for the program for the students. And if you don't believe me, listen to the community. You have over 1,200 people who signed the petition today. Not all of them can be wrong. They're voicing their opinion. You have a fantastic set of students here who've taken the time and who've been here so late today to talk about the value of the program. Respect their voice. Thank you so much.
Yep. Our next speaker is Alan Massingale, followed by Rosalind Leidig. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Superintendent and members of the board. I should actually say good night. I'm Alan Massingale, better known as the chauffeur of the kid who comes from Fremont to Granada. But I think the people who have spoken before me and the people who will speak after me will say more about the IB program than I possibly could. But I do have a personal story that I'd like to share. So when I heard about sort of the cancellation of the IB program, it took me back about 30 or 35 years. I grew up in Nebraska with my father being first a vice chancellor, then the chancellor, and finally the president of the university. And the university, or I guess I should say the state, was going through some very difficult economic times that mandated some cuts at the university. And one of the solutions the university system presented to him was to eliminate the College of Architecture. And so my father felt very, very strongly that that was the only College of Architecture in the entire state, and that if you eliminated it, you would eliminate the opportunity for generations of students to study that field. He felt that there are a lot of students that couldn't afford to go elsewhere, to go out of state to study architecture, and that if you killed the program, you were basically doing that permanently. And so he knew that budget problems come and go. It doesn't mean they're not challenging, but better times will come. And if you can find a way to get through them, you'll be doing a whole generation of students a service. And so a couple days ago, I looked, and by all appearances, the architecture program is thriving. And so I can honestly say that based on the decision he made and the help he got raising money to keep the program going, that an entire generation of students were able to benefit from the study of architecture and following their passion. So I think what the parents are asking you tonight is to let us work with you and find a way to bridge that gap. We don't want to minimize the challenge that you have in front of you, but we want to be able to help. And if you kill this program, you'll be killing it permanently. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Here we have Rosalind Leidig. But before you come up, Rosalind Leidig and Asher Steely, our next speakers. We're not going to end or anything. We're just going to take, because some folks have to get up and use the facilities. It's 10:53. We're going to take about a 4-minute break. And then we're going to come right back in. And you don't even have to leave, but in about 10:57, we'll restart.
Recording stopped.
I'm just going to bring it back. Okay,
Recording in progress.
we're slightly delayed, but we're going to go ahead and reconvene on our count. Thank you and welcome back. It's 22:59, and we'll come right back up to our next speaker is scheduled, and we have Rosalind Leidig. Followed by Asher Steely.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I really appreciate taking so much time for this very important issue that affects so many members of our community. I am an IB graduate. I graduated in 2021 with an IB diploma. I'm now studying at Syracuse University as an English and Textual Studies and creative writing major. And I could talk for hours about how IB has helped me in my college studies, as well as just in life in general, but I think our previous speakers kind of got that covered. I will just say that IB is one of the best things that has ever happened to me, academically and otherwise. And I want to echo our previous speakers with a lot of what they were saying, extolling the virtues of the IB program, how it has shaped their lives. All of that really resonated with me. And I also appreciate the time that is taken to discussing the reasons that the IB program is considered for suspension. Because of these unprecedented budgetary concerns, I understand that. That is terrifying to hear. I can't imagine what it must feel like from an administrative perspective. I also want to bring up the graph again. With all due respect, I observed that about 80% of the expenses that are listed for IB were teacher salaries and extra course load, or extra courses that had to be made room for. I had a question about how replacing IB with AP would decrease any of this, because that makes up most of the budget for IB. And in my view, if we replace IB courses with AP courses, that's still the same number of teachers and same number of courses that need to be taught. So I do not think that this is an effective solution to this problem. As many speakers have mentioned before, I know the IB student and parent communities are very willing to work with the school board to address this issue in order to get this problem solved. As an IB graduate, I would hate to have this program, which is an incredibly valuable asset to any student, removed permanently. So, that's it. I really hope that this issue is resolved, and I hope that we can work together to keep the IB program at Granada High School and at Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Asher Steely, followed by Charlotte McLeod. And some of you asked, you're trying to do the time calc, 3 minutes thing, and if we can move them up real quick, even move to the front of the room so we're ready to go, we have 13 more, if you're doing the math.
Good evening, President Bueno, Superintendent Vanchak, and members of the board and cabinet. My name is Asher Steely. I'm an 8th grader attending Joe Mitchell, and I'm also here to express my concern about the pausing of the MYP and diploma programs at Granada High. But I've been attending Joe Mitchell my whole life, and I've never been to another school. I started out using the IB curriculum at the age of 4 in transitional kindergarten. I and many others would be a part of the generation of students continuing IB for all years of education if it were continued, which could greatly benefit us. But many claim that AP classes are just as good as IB classes and have the same outcome. but I don't think this is true because students with IB diplomas are more likely overall have like better thinking skills and better ways to like think for themselves and have better ways to educate themselves even. But this is even sorry. Even though there are not a lot of students attending it, this shouldn't even though there are not a lot of students doing the IB diploma program, a factor to remember in this is that the pandemic has affected these numbers a lot with the completion of it for the diploma and MYP. But no amount of money should affect the students for shoot.
You're good.
I can't find.
This is why your parents tell you to go to bed early.
This shouldn't be. No amount of money should affect the students' education for what they want to do and how they want to learn themselves. But that's it. Thank you.
Nice job. Okay, we have to our youngest speaker, Asher Steely, followed, let's see, we have Charlotte McLeod, followed by Sky McLeod. And if we could get folks on the whoever's on deck, we can move you up front. We're gonna move folks through right. Yeah, we'll move through quick. We got a lot of seats in the front row. Okay.
Okay. Good evening, honorable trustees. I would like to provide a student perspective, like many others tonight, on the suspension of the IB program. As someone who moved to Livermore for the Granada High School diploma program, I am not happy about the decision to suspend the diploma and middle years program, MYP. Livermore is put on the map because of the IB program. We have many students and incoming students whose families have moved and commute far to enroll their students at our school. Granada has welcomed multiple foreign exchange students over the past few years who have sought out our school precisely because of the educational opportunities that our IB classes have to offer. Our Livermore Valley community is full of well-educated adults and parents who work at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory and Sandia National Laboratory. The crowd of people that our city draws in is full of wonderful community members trying to help our future country and world. These are our parents, neighbors, and colleagues who encourage the STEM learning programs Joe Mitchell and Granada provide. The labs attract highly educated individuals, nationally and internationally, those who value STEM programs like IB and the creative thinkers it produces. Future generations are at a disservice. The future generations within Granada value an educational program that advocates for their STEM interests. Livermore values education. Don't get me wrong, we are distinguished like the other IB schools around the world, but our city and my high school are unique. The knowledge that I have gained through my IB higher level biology class has been comparable to college level classes at UCs. Granada alumni state that the IB classes prepare you well for STEM majors. As a diploma candidate who is interested in a scientific field, the rigorous academics of the program only further encourage my passion for learning. Now we ask you, superintendent, and the school board to understand that the Livermore community values critical thinking, the STEM pathways it offers, and the International Baccalaureate Program. Thank you.
Sky McLeod, followed by Will Hodges. And then Grace Peterson will be next after that if you want to get relocated.
Good evening to President Bueno and to the trustees. First, thank you from all the IB supporters wearing blue and stickers here tonight for listening to our concerns and weighing the facts that we present. I'm the parent of 3 current IB students at Granada, one you just heard. And the program was a major factor in our decision to move here and purchase a home in Livermore. For anyone who wonders what IB is, it's a program that is found in top schools around the world. It's a teaching philosophy where the kids learn how to learn. There are 5 approaches to the learning with IB: building, thinking, research, communication, self-management, and social skills. Kids learn to be creative, reflect on new information, think critically, communicate effectively, which we've experienced tonight, and embrace a balanced lifestyle that values art, music, sports, languages, and community service. In this age of smartphones and ChatGPT, it's not about memorization. It's about learning how to think for themselves, to connect ideas, work through complex problems, and collaborate. All students should be able to benefit from the IB approach. Engagement in any IB classes is more important than the number of kids who get the full diploma. IB is the umbrella term, and there are different programs for each age group. So the Granada High Middle Years Program, MYP, is 9th and 10th grade, and then the diploma program is 11th and 12th grade. Both are IB. Plus, the other students at the school are encouraged to take classes in whatever IB classes they're interested in. IB classes form an accepting community that values the joy of learning. The classes are so popular that the Theory of Knowledge course was over full this year, and all the non-diploma candidates refused the class request. IB rewards multiple styles of learning, so kids with various learning challenges and who are neurodivergent are welcomed and flourish. We don't know yet what careers will exist in the future. IB isn't teaching kids to memorize and recite facts for the jobs of yesterday. It's training our students for jobs that don't even exist yet. We're here to work with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Will Hodges, followed by Grace Peterson, followed by Alexander Pepper.
Sorry, just give me a moment. All right, I'd like to say good evening to our superintendent and members of the board. I'm Will Hodges, and I am a current Granada student and IB diploma candidate. I would like to speak from the perspective of an IB diploma candidate on the values that I've picked up of the diploma and my experience with it. The value of the IB curriculum as a student is how it's providing a unique style of learning, which is unlike anything else I've experienced in the American education system. The program structures itself to best facilitate the development of students both inside and outside the classroom. I've noticed a significant difference in the way I learn from the transition of my regular classes to IB. The reason I believe IB is something so many students are passionate about, as evident by how many people have showed up tonight, is because of the abundance of perspective and deeper approach to learning. Because the IB courses are longer, we very deeply analyze the material we cover. I've gotten the opportunity to very deeply study topics from all aspects of education, including the arts, history, sciences, mathematics, all in great detail. Because we were able to explore these in such depth, I've noticed that it's catalyzed a lot of growth for myself and my peers as students. One thing I can say is that my freshman year, I failed and had to repeat basic math. This year, in my junior year, I've completed both my trimesters of math with an A, that being IB. I think that alone speaks for the difference in how IB teaches and how that can be effective for a student like me, where the way in which we learn makes a difference. I've built a lot of understanding for not just what we learn, but why we learn. The international perspective of IB offers in all of our subjects includes a connection to the real-world relevance of everything we study. As a student, I find it a lot easier to digest a topic when I understand how the information I learn can be and is applied to the real world around me. IB has been a major influence of my personal development, and it actively promotes that students take the time to grow their interests, participate in their community, and lead healthy lifestyles through IB programs such as CAS. The IB profile has instilled skills in my character and the character of my peers, such as inquiring, communicating, reflecting. The habits I built for IB have surpassed my academic life, and I've found myself exploring my interests in both hobbies and service, which IB was the one who helped me build the foundations for. I cannot say that it is the content alone that changed how I'm able to succeed in these classes, whereas before I failed. I think that a major factor in that is not just that IB teaches things differently, but it also develops how you act and perform as a student. and it gave me the tools to perform better, learn better, and be better academically overall. Something I would not have had in regular classes, especially not AP. Overall, I think IB as a program is an invaluable and unique opportunity for students because of its approach to learning,
10 seconds.
the student and personal skills we develop, and the learning environment I've been a part of. Thank you.
Okay. Grace Peterson, followed by Alexander Pepper, followed by Minta Akin.
Good evening. My name is Grace Peterson. I am a junior at Granada High School and an IB diploma candidate. I am here today to ask the board to reconsider the decision in eliminating the IB curriculum at Granada High School. Given that I am a rising senior, you may assume that I have no reason to be here. I have nothing at stake. I have nothing to lose. But if there is anything that rings so true about being an IB student is that I've been exposed to multiple perspectives. I've been encouraged to learn through experience and take action in the service of others. So I am here in the service of all the rising juniors who regrettably miss out on the IB program, as well as incoming high schoolers all over Livermore, but most especially students from Joe Mitchell on an IB World School. I am the fourth and last student in my family to undertake the IB diploma. I have 3 older siblings. 2 of them graduated from Tracy High's IB program and both completed their undergraduate studies at Cornell University. One of them has even recently graduated from CU Boulder Law School. I also have an older brother, a Granada IB diploma graduate, who is slated to graduate from Wake Forest University in 2024 with a double degree in computer science and psychology. All 3 of my siblings can affirm that they owe their educational success to the foundation and breadth that IB has provided them. While I can understand the economics of the board's decision, I can also appreciate that from a school administration's perspective that the success of any program relies heavily on cost and enrollment. Tracy High School's IB program was introduced in 1984. Today, almost 40 years later, they only have 6 IB diploma students graduating and roughly about 350 students enrolled in various IB coursework. If you focus on the number of students undertaking the IB diploma, then it is easy to conclude that this program is a failure. However, when asked if these numbers are enough of a concern to abandon the program, Tracy High responded with a resounding no. They emphasize that the program is a feather on their cap, and while they'll navigate through all the challenges like enrollment and costs, they are up to the task because they see the value of the program. So I ask, 7 years in, and we're ready to throw in the towel. As both a student in the IB program and a varsity lacrosse player in our athletic program, I would never assume to ask you to take money from other areas, especially athletics where people tend to aim. But I would ask you to give us the same opportunity that we're given in athletics. We're able to fundraise for most of the things that we need, and we're given a heads up. It is disappointing that the decision was made hastily and without consultation from our teachers, students, families, and community members. We were never given any opportunity to take action to devise or recommend a solution. Next year, I will be 18 years old. I will be old enough to vote. If the board's decision remains the same, I am here to speak and propose to my fellow students, parents, and community. Let's choose and elect officials that care enough for the community with good constituent communication and belief in high-quality education so that we can compete on the world stage. Thank you for your time.
Alexander Pepper, followed by Minta Akin, followed by Kristen Thies.
Thank you to my fellow student who let me use their phone since mine died at 11:15. But esteemed trustees, superintendent, and president of the board, my name is Alexander Pepper. I'm a Granada student who is here to support the continuation of the IB program. Certain arguments and assumptions have been made regarding this program, but from the perspective of a student within the program, I think it is important to open the discussion regarding mental health within IB and better examine the opinions within the student community. Some level of accusations have been made against the IB in this regard. It has been claimed, mainly due to DP drop rates and hearsay among students, that IB is a stressful and grueling program that poses a threat to the mental health of students. This could not be further from the truth. Within IB, I found community I could not find outside of it. The bonds created by the program are truly unique to it. Within my experience, I have found some of my closest friends within the program. The curriculum itself focuses around community and empathy. In all of my IB classes, I am taught by both virtue of my teachers, classmates, and the content of IB education itself to respect and empathize with others in ways which are not expected of me outside of IB. By cutting the IB program, you are cutting this form of education from our schools. The exposure to global ideas and perspectives has grown a diverse community within IB. IB continues to be more diverse and open to many who prefer the program over regular or AP classes. The attendance to this meeting today should be evident of that. IB is not a program which is exclusive or stressful. It is rigorous, but accommodating. The use of dropout rates ignores the individual opinions of students who drop out and those who take the classes outside of the diploma. From those opinions of who I have asked, and those of my friends, I can assure the board and superintendent that within the IB program, students find that they are treated with respect and accommodation, including those who have dropped out of the diploma program and have elected to continue to take IB classes. To make my point concise, I would simply say IB has helped me emotionally and mentally in too many ways to count. I do not know where I would be without the program, and I hope the future students will be given the same opportunities I have received. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Minta Akin. Close? If you could correct me, please.
I'm Dr. Minta Aiken. I really appreciated seeing your cost analysis, but I did not appreciate missing the benefit. And so you've heard from many recent IB grads. I'd like to give you the perspective of somebody 24 years later with an IB diploma. The benefits that have accrued because of this have been immense. My high school was over 50% free and reduced lunch. This made the difference in going to college. So when you look at the cost per student and whether you decide it's $24,800 or $1,200, and think about that in terms of credit costs at a university, there is a direct savings there. The skills that I learned in IB and the skills that I learned in AP, and yeah, I took a lot of AP courses while getting my diploma, are not the same. The ones that I'm using today, 2 decades later as a physicist, are the ones I picked up in IB. They're the ones of critical thinking, deep thought, creativity, teamwork, and time management. Being able to collaborate with people. Being able to find alternate creative solutions to terrifying budget problems. This is something that all of these guys are going to know how to do really well. We should tap into this. You have a great resource here that makes this a destination school. My school was also a destination school. It's still a high poverty school. They're still graduating lots of IB students. We had something like 100 and change in my class. You can do this. I would implore you all to rethink this decision. I've heard multiple times tonight that education is a priority, again and again. So let's prioritize education rather than deprioritizing one of the best programs we have in this district for helping our students become future leaders, doctors, scientists, school board members. There's a lot of potential resources going on here. We have potential funding avenues that we can explore. There are magnets programs that we could develop to get enrollment up. Many of these things were not discussed with any of us, and you missed out on a really great brainstorming opportunity with a lot of really creative people. So before we rush into a hasty decision based on taxes that really aren't finalized yet, I would like to see the school board reconsider and have more discussions on this, open up these avenues, and find an alternate solution. Our students deserve this. Thank you for your time, and thank you for sticking around.
Kristen Thies, followed by Tomer Kibhar.
Rhymes with nice. Oh, no
Nice.
worries. It's a common error. Hello and good evening. First off, thank you for everything you do for this school district. Your roles are essential in ensuring our kids have access to quality education, which is no small task in this day and age. And I'm incredibly grateful. I'm Kristen Tice, the president of Friends of Joe Mitchell School, and I have 2 students at Joe Mitchell, both on the IB educational pathway towards the diploma program. In fact, my 8th grader was enrolled in the MYP program starting next year. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Joe Mitchell community to humbly ask you to reverse the IB suspension decision. This decision impacts our IB community directly with 797 enrolled students, 40 teachers, and 60 additional staff, and hundreds of families. and the demand for our school has 63 students on the wait list, entirely comprised of students outside the catchment. Considering our former Title I status, it's remarkable to think that Joe Mitchell has become a choice school. I've witnessed unbelievable transformation over the past 11 years, all due to the inception of the IB program. At Joe Mitchell, the program is undeniably well developed, but the same is possible for Granada. It's just getting started with immense potential. I ask you to consider the wave of students coming from our school who have been building their academic career entirely in IB. This year is the first graduating class with kids who have had IB since kindergarten. Our school is a feeder program into Granada, which ensures long-term demand of IB. These graduating 8th graders, including the brave Asher, are only the beginning of what's to come. If Granada upholds this suspension, our scholars will hit an IB dead end in our city, which could impact the desirability of our school and our school district. I am part of a dedicated group of parents who have identified alternate funding options. I urge you to work with us, allow us to be partners, and not only to reinstate the program, but also for ongoing support. After all, that's what an IB education promotes, creative solutions to impossible problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Tomer Kibhar, followed by Owen Fiddler.
Good evening. So I'd like to start off by saying I'm not an IB diploma candidate. I just took a few IB classes and I'm part of the majority. Vast majority of most of my classes include people like me who haven't been taking the full diploma because it's a lot more work than most of the IB classes. The IB classes are a way for people who are not as well traversed in educational formats such as AP and other high rigor classes to take part of classes that will help us get a leg ahead. I started learning English when I was 9 when I moved to America, and when I finally got out of the English learning program at grade 7 or 8, I had no hopes of getting into a higher class for English or even get back to regular rigor with my peers. I thought I wasn't going to be able to get college credit or get into a good English program with my previous lack of experience with it. But through IB, especially with its lack of focus on memorization and pure facts, and shifting towards the ideas and the process that it takes to analyze and to think better, to think more creatively, to be able to take ideas from even everyday sources and use them in an educational, academic way, really helped me personally, and I know it helped a lot of people. The majority of the people taking IB classes are like me, those who didn't consider AP because they thought they weren't good enough for it, because they believed the high rigor, high memorization part of APs are just not for them. And they're right. IB is not a substitute. It's a completely different idea. It's a way to express ourselves, not really using the high academic vocabulary, but still using those same high-level thoughts and ideas and ways to express ourselves that otherwise would not have been available. Thank you.
Thank you. Owen Fiddler, followed by Freja Kurti.
Honorable trustees, esteemed citizens of the city of Livermore, my name is Owen Fiddler, senior at Granada High School. I am not an IB diploma graduate. I'm a student who takes a mix of IB and AP courses, like my classmate Tomer. In the official email regarding the suspension of the IB program, it was stated that AP courses will be able to provide equivalent outcomes. From my experience with IB English, where I shaped myself into a more confident and collaborative learner, I have grown to understand that an equivalent outcome is more than just a number on a college application. I have grown to understand that the usage of the phrase equivalent outcome undermines that instinctive feeling I get in every discussion I have from now on into the future. The urge to consider a topic in a new way, to communicate with passion, feeling like my diverse perspective matters. While I believe that some of the values of an IB class can be instilled by all teachers, the IB structure specifically gives teachers the resources, time, and opportunities to empower their students towards this possibility while still offering college credit. Whereas AP courses constrict teachers to cover the details of a rigid curriculum and offer little incentive to supporting students' free expression. What stood out about IB English was its focus on understanding language in any place or culture it can be found, beyond the most prominent novels of the last century. It's broadened my relationship with language by testing long-term editing skills and oration skills, as well as timed writing skills. AP and IB both prepare some students for college. IB, both through its diploma program and through its wider reach in its courses, prepares students, all students, for every situation in life, every conversation, every judgment they make throughout their life. I'm not here to argue my severe doubts about the actual money that would be saved by cutting the program, in consideration of the amount of students you've heard from today who have come to the district specifically for the IB program. As you are aware, every one of those students earns the district $12,800 in funds. The financial needs of the program are large, but the financial losses the school will face from its removal are larger. I could go on, but I'm glad my peers and fellow members of the Livermore community have been able to cover them deeper. Despite being a devoted math major, I'll let others handle the numbers this time around. But the denominator, the students the IB program benefits, I want it to be counted for. I am not one of the 22, but I believe I should be in the numerator too. I yield the rest of my time to the board.
Thank you.
Freja Curti, followed by Gail Thayer.
I apologize for my voice, it's a bit late. Good evening, honorable trustees and members of the board. My name is Freja Curti, and about a year ago, I was undergoing a lengthy application process to a private school, Carondelet. I wrote an essay, did an entrance exam, filled out a written application, did an interview, so on and so forth. I went through this mildly infuriating application process in hopes to receive a challenging and unique approach to education, and I got in. Hooray! But I stand before you today as a Granada High School student. The decision of which school I would spend my formative years in was an immeasurably difficult one, but I chose to stay in the LVJUSD school district. I chose to go to Granada. Why? The IB program, in my eyes, was a beacon of academic excellence rooted in diversity and open-mindedness. This was vastly different to me than a predominantly Caucasian private school. It fosters an environment where intellectual curiosity thrives, preparing students not only for college, but also for the complexities of a modern global society. Hence, I made a decision that Granada High School would, through its IB program, provide holistic development that goes beyond just textbook memorization and regurgitation. 425 students are currently enrolled in IB classes. The idea that the IB program only benefits 22 students is a fairly gross mischaracterization. The budget contains discrepancies that others have mentioned, including the salaries of teachers that would still be there regardless of the IB program suspension and the librarian salary. I'm from the class of 2026, and there's such an intense interest in IB classes and the IB diploma in my year, considerably more than our current upperclassmen. There are over 45 students in the MYP program, and the IB program is gaining traction to a very high degree. The International Baccalaureate Program at Granada High School is more than just a curriculum, while a truly great one. It is a testament to our commitment to providing a comprehensive education that molds well-rounded, compassionate, and globally minded individuals. Its removal would be a disservice to our students, our community, and our legacy. Let us stand together, united in our belief in the transformative power of education, and ensure that the IB program continues to enrich the perspectives and approach to learning of Granada High School students. I attended this school rather than others in hopes of receiving the learning for learning approach to education that the IB program provides. as I know that many others in my year have as well. It is truly a shame that this may be taken away from us.
Next speaker, Gail Thayer, followed by Mitch Eason.
Good evening, Board President Bueno, Superintendent Vanchek, and members of the board, cabinet, and the community. I am Gail Thayer, the mother of 2 children at the Junction K-8 school. They are engaged in the dual immersion program, one of whom is attending Granada next year as a freshman. Some of my other hats, just to introduce myself, include being the very proud wife of a Granada math teacher. I'm also a physicist and a manager at the National Laboratory. I facilitate the running club at the elementary school, and I'm a Pacific swimming official and a working mom and volunteer. As someone who's usually in bed by 9 p.m., I want to thank you, all of you here who are serving on the board, and honor your service to our community. At Junction, the parents of DI students take pride in bridging the Spanish-speaking and English-speaking communities in Livermore. DI enables our children to be fluent in 2 languages and 2 cultures, bilingual and biliterate. The IB program is about broadening experience beyond the borders of your culture and broadening understanding of others in the world. These DI and IB goals are aligned, and the IB program serves to support the continued education of our kids after promoting from middle school and then throughout the critical and formative high school years. During high school, the IB program lays the foundation for students to lead in building the bridges of the future, whatever they will be. As parents and supporters of IB in our community, we come and request that you reverse the decision to suspend the Granada IB program. Allow the IB program to proceed fully uninterrupted, enabling stakeholders to engage with you on an objective evaluation of the program, working with you to understand the budgetary concerns, allow us to help you to streamline fill sections and identify funding solutions. We want to help ensure the long-term success of this valuable program, protect it for our future generations, and the Livermore dual immersion community supports reversing this decision. I have 1 more minute, so I wanted to share an anecdote. As a manager at the laboratory, I was out to lunch with my team last week and lamented that the decision had been made to cancel the program. Interestingly, one of the staff members was quite surprised and said he had been a graduate of the IB program in a different state, and he was just stunned and said what an important experience that was for him. He is a PhD in electrical engineering and computer science, and unequivocally I can say he's the top performer in the department. And after listening to all of the eloquent speakers and students tonight, that apparently shouldn't be a surprise. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mitch Eason. Thank you, sir. Followed by Brooke Witherspoon.
President Bueno, Superintendent, staff, council, thank you for letting me speak. So we're all here, well, a lot of us, because we got an email that said the program is being canceled, and that's how it started. I wasn't going to speak tonight until the graphs started going up, because they just didn't make sense to me. I'm not a numbers guy. I'm thankful that there's a lot of I'm a creative guy. I'm thankful there's a lot of numbers people out here that have already spoke to why a lot of those numbers didn't make sense. I'm not going to go over that. I did want to point out one thing that will kind of lead into a second topic. Up there was, because I don't think anyone else has pointed this out, but up there on the numbers was the sports programs and how much that costs and how that's all being tied to possible cuts. Well, just like we found out with how crazy the state of California numbers are, you can't predict that. President Bueno, I know that I had a kid that played football this year. He's at spring ball this year, and the numbers are crazy. We know there's donations. My son played 2 sports, so I had 2 donations. There's fundraisers. So you can't put a number on that, what the sports costs are, because we don't know, right? We don't know. We don't know what the state of California is going to give the school, as pointed out. And President Bueno, I want to thank you for your questioning and on that, because I think what you're getting at is, how can the state take away money when they called an emergency? They don't know what the outcome is. And I think there's something that, let's keep being critical thinkers and ask that question, why do we have to pay that money? If you're kicking the can down the road, we're going to kick it down the road until we figure out what your actual budget is. So please keep that line of questioning up. I really appreciated that. At the end of the day, thank you for your time. I'm not going to take up too much more. I just want to say, all we're asking is, don't just send us an email with no information saying that the IB program is gone. Let this community right here that just stressed it over and over give us the critical thinking that can find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Brooke Witherspoon. Not to build any anticipation, but this is our final speaker, and we're going to close public comment after this.
I was going to be last. Thank you. Hi, guys. Good evening, board. I first saw IB in action 7 years ago. A teacher split her class into groups of 4 and gave them each 1 page of newspaper and a 1-foot strip of tape. The objective, create the tallest freestanding tower using only the 2 provided supplies. I observed while some groups got right to work and others brainstormed ideas. All of the students were engaged. Over the course of 30 minutes, 6 distinctly different towers were produced. Following this exercise, each group presented their strategy to the class and reflected on what worked and how they would improve their design if given another opportunity. The tallest tower consisted of an origami base made from 1 portion of the paper. The remaining paper was rolled into a tube, secured with small pieces of tape to hold its cylindrical form, and then stood supported in the origami base. I distinctly remember thinking, if I had been tasked with the same mission, these students definitely would have outbuilt me. And while the tallest tower won, I would argue that every single person in that class were winners that day, as our minds were open to many possibilities, concepts, strategies, and results when faced with a single task. I was an observer in a 2nd grade IB classroom that day. We are here to help you ensure the long-term success of this valuable program and to see what it looks like for an LVJUSD student to have access to K through 12 IB education. We sympathize with your budget concerns, and we know you're in an extremely difficult spot. We are not fighting for our program so that something else can be cut. We are asking for the opportunity through partnership and community education to make IB self-sustainable. We have identified funding sources, and we truly just need the time. We live in a world that is constantly changing. Our future generations will need to be knowledgeable, just as we were educated to be, but they will need to be so much more than that. In today's world, we need to be inquirers, thinkers, and communicators. Our future leaders need to be principled and willing to take risks, and they also need to be extremely open-minded and caring. The students sharing tonight are evidence of IB in action and proof that IB is already working. I know this problem is much bigger than building the tallest tower, but if we lean into multiple ways of tackling this challenge, learn from each other, and evaluate how we can improve, I know we can find that we can build beautiful things with minimal resources, and the Granada IB program is included. Oh, right on the dot. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all for your comments. We're going to go ahead and close the public comment section. And coming back to our report, and I would ask any trustees, any questions? Start with Trustee Guzman.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I have quite a few questions, so some of them were brought up, but so I will start because it's quite a bit.
I mean, just one reminder. And for those of you, I know some of you have to go and you guys gotta get studying, you gotta go tomorrow and go to school. These are taped as well, and so you can look at them. That's why they're on TV. So you can go to the internet and they'll have them on there and you could watch from this point forward.
Okay, so do our IB teachers also teach non-IB classes?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And it sounds from what I've been hearing and also from other conversations that I've been having with others, it sounds like a non-IB student can take an IB class.
That's correct.
So I'm going on the assumption that they're also benefiting from any professional development, any thinking from IB teachers. Is that?
That's a fair assumption, yes.
Okay. So in the count of, we're not necessarily, I don't see necessarily an enrollment numbers of just students in IB classes, or do we?
Different slide.
Okay, through the 311? Okay. And then I would like to see, this was brought up, just the student demographics breakdown of who our IB students are versus our AP students. We don't have any demographic information on
I
that.
don't have that ready to share, but I can gather that.
Okay. And then with the funding, the $545,000. So looks like in the pie chart, salaries was highlighted. You know, it was a big chunk. It was about $299,000. And then there's a list of cost on the other ones, but it doesn't seem like salaries of our personnel were taken into that. So for instance, I'm just gonna pull out dual immersion. It says it's a $57,000 cost. That's not a teacher's salary.
That's correct. That is not the teacher's salary. That's additional expenses directly associated with the dual immersion program, because if we didn't have a fourth grade dual immersion, we'd have an English only dual immersion minus the cost of the DI materials and the stipends associated. So that individual would remain in place.
Okay, so how does that differ from, why do we include a salary cost when we talk about IB, but we don't include salary costs for any of the other programs?
So in the orange part of the pie chart, those are specific required positions for the IB program that are there only because of the IB program. The blue, are you asking just specifically about the salaries? Those are two positions along with the other benefits associated with them that are there exclusively for the support of the IB program.
Okay, so another question, thank you. Another question, whether IB stays or not, I'm just asking, those positions would still remain, these teachers would still remain on our staff.
Those two positions would not need to remain, no.
I'm sorry, which two positions?
In the orange, it's specifically an IB coordinator, which we wouldn't need without an IB. That person would take a vacant teaching position. That person wouldn't be unemployed, but to be a full-time IB coordinator would no longer be necessary. So it would backfill another vacant position. And the other is a teacher librarian, which we have in addition to a library media specialist, which is a required additional position exclusively in support of the program, who's also a certificated teacher. So it's not that the people wouldn't be employed, just not in those positions.
Okay. just brings up more questions for me.
I understand. I mean, it's certainly not a simple situation at all.
Yeah, I think one of the big takeaways that I'm hearing is that a benefit, we may have only 7 students or 22 students currently that are going to graduate with the diploma, but what I'm hearing is that we have a lot more affected.
Absolutely.
In a positive way, and who are
Yes.
also gaining the skills, the knowledge, the critical thinking, and anything else that the IB program brings.
That's correct.
So, there's a quantity there. We're not quantifying. That doesn't seem to reflect this, and I'd like to.
Yeah.
So that, and also just I'd really, on the equity issue, is the demographics of our students in these programs.
Sure. So this slide here does show you the enrollment of the students taking IB courses, not necessarily the diploma program. But I can certainly gather demographic data for you. I don't have that with me presently, but I can gather that and share it with you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Trustee Prusso?
I do have, some clarifying, I just want to make sure I understand. Back to Trustee Guzman's question about the salaries of the 2 individuals.
Yes.
So my understanding is they would then take an open, it's not like they're going to get fired, right?
Correct.
They would take an open position. So they're not taking an extra position. They're taking a position of someone who's left an
Who's
open
left,
position.
who's
So it's not going to
retired, a
cost
vacant.
us the extra 300. That's where the savings is for there.
That's correct.
And then also the additional sections, the $182,000. If I just again want to verify that I'm understanding this correctly. It appears as though, in my understanding, is in order to graduate from the diploma program, there's 11 required courses. And I'm guessing when we look at the numbers, some of those classes that were very small numbers, those are the required courses or some of the required courses for the diploma program.
Correct. And that's why the focus
You look
was
at like the
diploma
HOA
program.
and the Lang Lit. And
History of Americas is super
yeah,
popular.
Like if that's
that
all
one
we were
is
doing,
full.
that would work. But because we
Right.
have the diploma program, it does give us that additional.
Some of the
that
additional
cost.
required courses have very, very low enrollment, and that's where the
Okay,
cost
so
is
is that
incurred.
where the blue part comes
Yes.
in? Okay. Okay. That I just wanted to sort of clarify that for my own understanding. And then I just wanted to make a comment because I wanted to acknowledge all the people who came here tonight. I want to thank you for coming and for writing your emails. There were many of them, but I read them all, and I'm sure my other board members did as well. And I just want to, I know it takes courage to speak out, and I appreciate all of the different perspectives that we heard tonight. And I also want to state that I see the good of the IB program, and it's been evident in your emails. It's been evident in your manner in conducting yourselves at this meeting. And it's in your passion for the program. And I've also been able to experience firsthand the projects the students have been working on, and I've always been impressed with the high level of scholarship and aptitude of our IB students. And I want you to know that I share your anxiety surrounding the suspension of the program and want to reiterate that none of it is a reflection of the program itself. 2 things can be true at once. The IB program at Granada is an incredible program, and we are required to be fiscally accountable to our community. Maintaining a balanced budget is critical, and that this dichotomy inevitably generates difficult decisions about priorities and the well-being of all of our students in the district. Our priorities have shifted over the past few years, certainly since the pandemic, and it is not a surprise to anyone here tonight that there is a national shortage of qualified teachers. It is very important to our entire community to be able to attract and retain amazing teachers and staff. And this year, despite all of the budget shortfalls that we've seen in the last week, we have prioritized employee compensation, and it's been an essential and important decision. Recruitment and retention of teachers and staff serve the needs of all of our students. While this is the first of many difficult decisions that we will have to make, it is no less painful or less significant, and I appreciate all of you who came tonight for your passion, for your energy, for voicing your concerns, and thank you so much for your support of Granada's IB program. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Druin.
Well, I've been dreading this moment for quite some time. I want to thank the students, the parents, and the community members to give some, I do have 2 questions, but I'll get there. So I think this is one of the hardest professional questions that I've been asked to grapple with. So I taught IB History of the Americas for 6 years, and
take a break.
There's 2 quotes that I want to read that make There's 2 quotes that I'd like to read. One is from John Dewey, and he said, "What the best and wisest parents wants for his child, that must we want for all children of the community. Anything less is unlovely, and left unchecked destroys our democracy." And I think that quote, it's hard for us to grapple with for some of the things that Trustee Prusso was saying, and I don't know what right is, because I know that IB is right, but I also know that this district doesn't have elementary level math intervention for all students. And I think that we have to make choices. And I think that, I'll stop talking there because I was just gonna read the quotes. The second is written by somebody that's me. How you implement the educational process is as important, if not more, than the results. Democracy is steeped in how we accomplish our collective goals. Do we debate a piece of legislation and pass it through multiple versions of our collective will? Or does one individual take swift and unvetted action? So I'm a teacher and an academic, and I'm not used to this. And a third quote that a student said was, "No amount of money should affect a student's education," and I agree. But we live where we are, and I think the thing that I would say to students is that being a change agent is important. And living in a democratic society means holding the governor accountable for the decisions that he's making as well as us. I think you need to hold us accountable, but I think we also need to hold the state legislature accountable as well. So the 2 questions that I have is, Superintendent Van Schack, can you clarify, what does pause mean? When we say IB is paused, what does that mean?
So a number of these difficult budget decisions we had talked about putting off until next year so we could fully explore all the programs and give ourselves some time to look for alternate funding sources and get ourselves an opportunity to see if the state budget turned around. What the administration at Granada told us is that if this program is going to go away, it needs to go away now, because we can't put a group of students in there for a year and then pull it away from them. And so pause means give ourselves a chance to look, but within the context of the state budget and alternate revenue sources, which everyone, people have talked about that, but is it fair to put our 11th grade students next year into a program that they may not be able to complete their senior year? The folks at Granada felt strongly, no, that is not fair, and so that's why we put the word pause, and we've used the word suspend as opposed to terminate, because we wanted to leave open the option that we could find another avenue. We just can't find it today. And I know there was conversations about, you didn't include the community, and you didn't include student voice, and there's truth to that, but the truth was in the timing, which we had anticipated we would have until the fall, and then the message came back to us, which is, if you need to do it, you need to do it now. And I mean, like, literally now. Students are signing up for classes. It's unfair to them to get them halfway through a program and then terminate it. And given what we knew, the previews that I had of what the governor was going to come out with, we knew that the budget shortfall would be substantial. This is a $500,000. We're still $5.5 million away. And even if the governor changes his mind on a portion of it, he's not going to change his mind on all of it. And so maybe it's not 6.5 million, maybe it's only 3.5 million. If I want to be optimistic, maybe it's 3 million. We still have $3 million of programs that we are offering today that we cannot offer in 2 years. And so when I spoke with the Granada staff, the administration staff and their instructional leadership team, they felt as though very strongly it's not fair to let somebody start something that they can't complete. So that's why we use the word pause.
Oh, well, I have a lot of questions, but that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Wong.
Well, anyone who knows me knows if you want to get to me, bring 30 students and have them come and speak for themselves, because especially in the last 5 years, that's all I've done is youth civic engagement. And so I've really heard you, and you all also very clearly articulate to me what is unique and special about the IB program, because I have 2 kids who went through the AP program. I'm an AP student. I now have a nephew living with me who's in the IB program. And so I'm just starting to sort of learn exactly what is different. I've read every letter, some of them multiple times, some of multiple times because they got sent multiple times. But there was one thing I wanted to clear up in several of the letters that kind of a misunderstanding I want to make sure is clear. Some people say, you built these beautiful facilities and then you're not willing to fund an academic program. I want to make sure people understand those are very different pots of money that can't be mixed. And so money that went into building the awesome athletic facilities at Livermore High, that we can't use that to fund IB. I'd probably make that trade-off if I had to, but we don't have that opportunity. I'm sort of interested in this idea of the pause, and I'm not sure, because I do know there's a lot of energy around finding alternative sources of funding, and I've been approached this past week by many people in the community, or some of our community partners who have ideas, and so I don't know if that's something we can explore. I've also thought about the possibility of streamlining the program, because we do have a lot of classes that have fewer than 10 kids in them. And to me, that's an equity issue when we have algebra classes that are super full and kids aren't passing and they have to pass that. And so if there are ways to streamline, combine whatever maybe eliminate classes that aren't as popular, if there are ways to make it more cost efficient that we could explore. What I want to make sure we don't do, because we have to make cuts. I don't want to cut programs that don't have 30 students and 20 parents who can come out and speak to save them. I don't want to cut those kinds of programs, because those most likely are underserved students. And so I want to make sure that if we're talking about saving this program, it's not at the expense of a program that our underserved students really need. And so, to me, a lot of my personal budget decisions are about equity, and that's why I ran for school board, and I want to really stay true to that. But I just want to really thank all of you for, it's after midnight. When I left my house tonight, I said to my family, see you tomorrow. And I didn't know you'd all still be in here with us. Usually there are 3 staff in the back of the room at this time, so thank you all for sticking it out. And I know this means a lot to you, and we hear you.
Thank you, Trustee Wong. Yeah, I do have quite a few questions, and one of them would go to the cost, because my understanding, most costs in government agencies like this are payroll. So the costs associated with IB, would it be true that rate of pay and then the ratios of the students they serve would drive your costs? So to gain efficiencies, either you pay them at a lower rate or you increase the ratios. It's a fair assessment? And I'm wondering if some of the cost associated with IB is because the ratios may be lower due to the section not being full, if I'm not using a proper terminology. But if there's 9 kids in a classroom, the cost of that education is going to be higher than if you're at your 32.
Essentially, we're funded at about 30 students per class. So if we have a class of 10 students, that's 3 times as expensive. And so what has happened is, when the one part of the graph that had like 180,000, those aren't just the sections of IB students. Those are the additional sections. So if we had 300 students and we put them in classes of 30, that'd be 10 sections. Well, as it turns out, because of the requirements of IB, instead of 10 sections, we have to run 20 sections. Those extra 10 sections, that's where that cost comes from. So those are sections that wouldn't be necessary if not for diploma requirements. So when the question was asked, wouldn't they be in other classes? Yes, they would be in other classes, but they wouldn't be in other classes of 8. They would be in other classes of 29, which is much less expensive.
So it would be fair to say that the 180,000 is driven by low ratio.
Correct.
How about the 299?
That's 2 required positions, 2 positions that the IB, whoever they are, the IB powers that be, requires to have in order to provide an IB diploma.
So they're unique simply to IB?
Correct.
No IB? Those would go, okay. All right. One of the concerns I have, and it was mentioned, I think, by our 5th speaker, young lady named Asha, and she mentioned something about LCAP, which is pretty articulate about it. And I'd like to see, because LCAP gives us some of the things, our demographic data and the underserved population, and it was just mentioned, but is it contradictory that if the IB program is serving, and I mean, that was a Title I school, granted it's not the exact same population, but if IB serves our underserved better than our AP, it would be contradictory to think that we could just supplant one for the other. And so I would like to see, you know, I know this is not a voting item, we're not voting on this tonight, but I would like to see the demographic data and the impact on our community for elimination of a program that LCAP dictates how we serve that population. And to make it, you know, to move without looking at that, you know, it's one of those, you know, bite off your nose to spite your face. And I wouldn't want to see us caught short, because long term, next thing we'd be looking at is AP classes. Because if AP is not serving that community and we need to serve that community, we'd have to find other ways, which would require other money that we wouldn't have. So I wouldn't want it to be, you know, one without the other. It doesn't sound like they supplant one another. It sounds like they serve a different group and in a different way.
I think they serve different groups in theory. I think in practice, though, and Ms. Thede can gather the specific data, in practice, the first several years of the program at least, because the feeling at Granada or most high schools is that IB is for the higher end kids. The higher end kids tend to take those classes. The process that you have to go through, and one of the schools was Del Mar, which I've actually visited, is they required all freshmen and sophomores to take IB. Like they call it IB for all. You just have to take those classes. That got students into the IB program, which gave them a taste of it and encouraged more students to take the courses junior and senior year. So the challenge is changing the perception broadly of what IB does, and that could ultimately change the demographic mix and could do what you're saying, which is serve those who are traditionally underrepresented, which we know AP does not do as well as we'd like it to. We know if we look at the demographics of AP classes, they do not have the same percentage of students demographically as what we would expect given the population of our community. So we know that's true of AP. I think we need to pull that data more recently from IB, but I know initially in the program, they were serving essentially the same students early on. And that may have changed this year, but you're correct in that if IB serves the traditionally underrepresented, that in itself is another reason to pay extra money because those students deserve extra.
Or at least equity.
At least.
At a minimum. One of the things that was particularly touching to me, and I'm not often touched, but no, I mean, it's just, it's something when, because my family, you know, my dad didn't speak English when he started school. There was no opportunity for that. And one of the things that we measure a lot in this district and in other districts because of its importance is the English language arts and how that is a predeterminant of how you're going to do academically. The earlier you learn the language, it's the basis of our dual immersion program. It's the basis of a lot. And one of the speakers came up and he spoke about learning English at the age of 9. and the fact that he would not have been able to attain the level of education, that opportunity, if not for IB. Now, I don't know if that's, I'm not saying that his statement isn't true, but I don't know how he would have tracked in the absence of IB. I don't know that. Clearly, he feels as though he's in more advanced classes. He's in the IB program. It's prestigious and on track for a diploma, which maybe he wants, maybe he doesn't, I don't know. But to pull that opportunity away from someone, that seems counterintuitive. And I've always been relatively indifferent to IB. It wasn't around when my kids went through. The IB at the high school was here when I was on this board, and it went in by a board action. We voted to put that in. So I would really like to focus a little bit on the equity issue, how it serves our underserved, and some of the true measurables, as well as some of the actual costs. Thank you for defining these costs, the $299, basically $300,000 for positions that would not exist in the absence of IB. In the sections, the extra sections, but the sections are based on ratios, sounds like.
Yeah.
So I understand the fiscal concern. I'm not denying that. I mean, I've governed government agency in the middle of the 07-08 fiscal crisis. I understand deadlines, and but I would like to see, there's apples to apples too. The diploma thing, it sounds like tonight when you're looking at the diploma as a divider of the overall cost may not be the best comparison, maybe. If we're measuring for diplomas, that is costly for a diploma. I would agree with that. But it sounds like some of these kids are moving on a better track towards college. Maybe it increases their GPA because I believe IB classes are weighted at a 5, I believe.
Correct.
And so it might help their GPA, their overall GPA for college admissions. So I don't know what the whole benefit is. And the one thing, my final point on this, I guess, request would be, is that we perhaps, at least through a discussion, engage with the parents, the support community for this, to see if it's feasible, viable, if it is an economic decision, if there's assistance in that, could that get us over the line? And I know this is not an action item.
No, and I'll say this, and I'll look out there, because no one wants to sit here and cut popular programs for kids. Nobody. The challenge that we have is that budgeting is a zero-sum game. So that means if one thing stays, one thing goes. And right now, what we've identified is the priorities of the district are early literacy, mathematics, mental health, and ELD supports. And this year we added a 5th, which is employee compensation, because we recognize that the most important factor in student success is the teacher in the classroom. So those are our 5 priorities, and we hold very closely to those. And so when we look at the list of programs, and I believe they're on one of the earlier slides, we identify those things that we believe are essential. Counseling services in middle school. Trustee Wong mentioned math intervention classes for elementary or for algebra. And to us, it's the weight of the two. And it's not that IB isn't a wonderful program, it's that middle school counseling is a higher priority at this moment in time. And that's the challenge that we face, is collectively we have to make decisions that we don't want to make. And if the governor's budget comes to fruition, we're cutting all of those things, which is going to be, this is the tip of the iceberg, and that is frightening. And so, I appreciate sitting down and saying, hey, what other ways could we seek finance? But I would also ask, if we have to cut counseling services and intervention classes and IB, and we are looking for ways to raise money, which of those 3 are we going to raise money for first or second or third? And those are difficult decisions, and that's why we have these conversations.
Do we have, I recall, there was a grant we received for counselors, wasn't there?
Mm-hmm.
What was the amount of that grant?
$5 million over 5 years.
How does that affect our that cost annually? How does it affect me by percentage?
That's putting,
About $1 million a year?
yeah, $1 million a year, that's,
How does that cover our actual?
well, we have a $200 million budget, so.
No, I'm saying in terms of that categorical, in terms of if we got $1 million a year roughly for counselors or
Yeah.
counselors, what is our actual cost roughly for that same service? I'm just wondering, if $1 million we didn't have,
Yeah. Well,
we
it's a
got it by
million- well,
grant.
But we applied for the grant specifically for elementary school counselors, which we've never had. So it's an add-on. It's not used to pay for the high school counselors we already have. It's to add support services at a younger age. So,
Okay.
so it wasn't an expense that we had until we got the grant and we decided to incur that.
Right. Okay.
So just to be clear with the board and the community, my responsibility in about a month is to provide the board with a balanced budget, not just for next year, but for the 2 out years. So that's sort of our fiscal responsibility. And part of that is going to be dependent upon our projections of revenues. And we have to make recommendations for areas in which we can save money if we realistically believe that our revenues are going to come in lower. And that could change. But again, it goes back to the question at Granada High School. Let's just say we get a bunch of money in July or August or October. They felt as though for the students who are incoming juniors, they needed to know that now so they could select other classes. So that's the reason for the timing. So that's why we felt more comfortable with the word pause, because there's too many factors that we've never had to deal with before.
But in your 3 decades plus of experience, this is an unprecedented act where they pledge the money, budget the money to our district, and then pull the money back.
We've had times where we call them deferrals, where they say, you're going to get 100 million, but you're only going to get 94 of it this year, and you get 6 sometime down the road. But they've never given us 100 and say, we want 6 back. Like, that's never happened. And the challenge that we have with that is in our system, you can't lay employees off in the middle of the year. If you don't give them a notice by March 15th, you're paying their salary for a year. They notified us of this reduction in funding after the March 15th deadline. So there's nothing we can do about it, even if we wanted to do something about it, which is really troubling and gives me some sense of optimism that they couldn't do something that stupid, could they? Because we're 13,000 students. Think about the challenge that LA Unified has with 465,000 students. I mean, we have a $6 million budget shortfall. What does LA Unified have? 30 times that? So I fail to believe that they could actually follow through on that. But I've also been unfortunately surprised in a negative way by the work of our politicians. They say, you figure it out. They give us money and then they raise STRS and PERS rates and we got to give it right back. And so that's been their MO in the past. And so I'm nervous about that. And I think that's the reason why we really feel the need to identify specific programs, because I think there's a very real possibility that there's a significant reduction.
Okay. I understand the fiscal side. I guess what I'm looking for, is there any means that you see as the CEO of this district, that we're able to create a stopgap in any other way? Is there any level of cooperation? Is there any other action that could be taken as a stopgap? Let's say it's worst case and we can't lay people off and the $6.5 million comes to fruition that we're in the hole. What would be our plan? And I'm wondering, just in this case, it seems like a small piece. It's $500,000 of $6.5 million. What is there anything that can be done?
In the midterm, probably so. I mean, we certainly have resources in our school district. We have properties that maybe are underutilized that may be able to generate some revenue. That might be a sort of an emergency measure, is to say we've got these additional properties and that could bring in some money and help us get through a year. That's a possibility.
Okay.
Bake sale? Big one? Bake sale.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's not it. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I did have a request. We're finished on this item. I had a request that we finish on our next item, number 9.5, which is I'm sorry, 9.4. Forego 9.5, table 9.5, grab 10.4 as a mandated item. So basically do our next item, 10.4, and then carry our consent items, just as a matter of trying to be expedient, if there wasn't opposition to that. Skip food service. I talked to the superintendent was recommending that, just given the time, that we would go to, the items that we would have to take would be the following item, which is 9.4, the bond oversight, table 9.5, table 10.1, table 10.2, table 10.3, catch 10.4, and then run our consents. If you'd like to stay, we can all stay. We'd push them to the next meeting on the 23rd. Any opposition to that? Okay. So we're gonna run that. Okay.
Is that our board?
So
our bond oversight committee that's still here?
So yes. So as a change to the agenda, by a head nod of all trustees, and just it's given the late hour, we are going to take our next item, which is our report from our independent bond oversight, citizens bond oversight 9.4. We will be tabling 9.5, tabling 10.1, 10.2, 10.3. We're going to run through 10.4, which is the approval of the Extended Learning Opportunity Program, ELOP. And then we'll run our consent items. Okay. The items that were tabled will be put on the agenda for the following regular meeting. Okay? All right. So if you introduce.
I'll bring Ms. McNeely up here, who is expedient as they get.
I'm going to try. Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent Van Schack and Cabinet, it's my pleasure to very briefly introduce our chair for the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, Jerome Yallen. He is joining me as we speak. Just a reminder to the board, Mr. Yallen will be presenting the annual report to you. This isn't an information item for the board, so you are not taking action, but we would request that you accept the report. And at the conclusion of that, the wonderful Citizens Bond Oversight Committee members who attended this evening, we'd like to have them briefly recognized if you would not mind. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Our heroes. You guys should get a raise.
You're Ms. Yallen.
We'll double it.
President of the board, trustees, superintendent, members of the cabinet, thank you for your time this evening. It's all been important. This has all been worthwhile. We prepared a brief report, which we've already submitted to you, and we have a wonderful slideshow to go with it that we're going to skip because I don't think it's appropriate in this setting to do this. Measure J was the largest bond that was attempted in Livermore at the time that it passed. It received a 2/3 vote, although because the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee was part of the bond, only 55% was required. It's a remarkable project that was undertaken in Measure J. And the board that brought that forward was taking a lot of chances and putting a lot of their political prestige on the line. And the citizens adopted it. The citizens approved it. And now we're many years later, having been operating the Measure J plan, and the Oversight Committee's very narrow job is to tell you whether we think that you're sticking to the plan that's contained in the bond. It's required by law, but volunteer citizens, unpaid, we're not employees of the district, have put their personal time in for meetings every other month to review financial data that was submitted by the district to show the expenditures, roughly 130 lines of financial data every 2 months that was reviewed. We asked questions. If the members of the support team that you supplied us didn't have that information, they brought it to us at the next meeting. All of our questions have been answered. The district has done what it's required to do, and the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee says, thank you for performing your task as intended. And that's our message for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Can we
We're gonna
get everyone
recognize
to
who we
stand
have
up
here?
and recognize you for, look at them. They've been,
This is just part of the team. We have 7 members currently. We have potentially up to 15. If you didn't like what the 7 of us are doing, you could appoint 8 more. We represent different aspects of the community. By law, under Prop 39, we break out into various different groups, taxpayer organizations, parental groups such as PTAs. I'm just a member of the general public, and I'm currently the chair. And I appreciate, again, the time that they have put into it. 2 of the members that are not here tonight joined me on a subcommittee to prepare the report that you received, and I want to thank all of the members for their work in the past year. And thanks again.
Thank you.
thank you to all of you.
Okay. 9.5, we are tabling. New courses, 10.1 has been tabled, 10.2 is tabled, 10.3 is tabled, and we will introduce 10.4, please.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Carla Estrada Hidalgo. She's our coordinator of English language development, and she's going to give you a very brief overview of our extended learning opportunity program, or expanded or extended, or the night's been expanded and extended.
Extended.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, Board President Bueno, Superintendent Van Schack, board members and cabinet. As mentioned, my name is Carla Estrada Hidalgo. I am the coordinator of ELD in Title I.
And I am Lily Lopez. I am the community liaison.
And we are here this evening to offer you an overview of what we've been doing in the After School Education and Safety Program, or ACES program, which is now integrated with the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, or ELO program. ACES, in 2002, California voters approved Proposition 49, which allowed for the funding to be used for the ACES program. These funds help schools throughout California offer after-school enrichment activities that are more robust, given the partnerships created that are an element of the program. Part of the focus of the ACES program is to provide literacy support and academic enrichment opportunities and offer safe alternatives to students. So every 3 years, school districts must reapply to be awarded funds through a competitive grant process and serve students who qualify for free or reduced meals, including students who are foster or homeless youth. Since 2007, our district has been successfully awarded ACES grant funds and has used these funds to support families at Maryland Avenue and Junction K schools. The ELO program was recently established in the 21-22 fiscal year with AB 130 and AB 181. These allocated funds are to be used to provide before and after school programs to public schools throughout California, as well as expand enrichment opportunities to students and and aim to serve students in grades TK to 6. The goals of the ELO program are very similar to the goals of the ACES program. These funds are to be used to focus on helping students to develop academic, social, and emotional skills, and also meet their physical and interests through engaging learning opportunities. The ELO program funds are an allocation that is formula-based and dependent on the number of unduplicated TK to 6th grade students that districts have. Students who fall under the unduplicated count are English learners, students who meet the free or reduced lunch requirements, and foster youth. Both the ACES and the ELO program funding streams are used to create one program in our district to be able to meet the needs of our targeted student population. This means that a combined funding source between ACES and the ELO program will allow our district to use $3.67 million to support and operate the program in the 23-24 school year. Therefore, for the upcoming school year, we will continue to serve students in grades TK to 6 and open different expanded learning opportunities to our unduplicated students throughout the school district. The before and after school program will operate for at least 30 non-school days, which include the summer and other non-school days throughout the year. The program aims to complement the school days so students have access to no less than 9 hours of learning time or learning experiences. The 9 hours is a requirement by the state of California and includes the core school day hours. The ratio will be maintained at a 10-to-1 student-to-teacher ratio for students in TK and K, and a 1-to-20 ratio for students in 1st and 2nd through 6th grade, The district's ELO program offers students safe and supportive environments that allow for expanded learning while meeting their needs. This coming school year, the before and after school program will continue to operate out of Maryland Avenue and Junction K schools. We will provide homework assistance, nutritious snacks and supper, daily physical activities, daily thematic enrichment lessons, learning experiences that help create foundational or background knowledge and expand our current learning, as well as recreational activities throughout the school district, as well as staff who deeply care about our students. The before and after school program is open when school is in session. During school days, the program is open from 7 to 8:30 in the morning before school starts, reopens again immediately after school is dismissed, and closes for the evening at 6 o'clock. During school calendar breaks or intersessions, such as Thanksgiving or winter breaks, the program is open from 7 to 6 p.m. During summer months, the program is open from 8 to 5. We have been fortunate to be able to use on-site LARPD portable buildings, as well as share classroom space during after-school hours. Our staff and students also have access to the multipurpose rooms on schools, sites, and outside areas such as the fields and playgrounds. As part of the program, we implement educational and literacy elements through homework assistance or tutoring that support in language arts, math, history, social science, and science. Our program also utilizes educational enrichment elements that include fine arts, physical fitness, recreation, such as swim lessons and team sports, and prevention activities that include healthy eating and teaching of coping skills, as well as positive behavior support. The ELO program also aims to continuously improve to better serve our students and families and uses the California quality standards for expanded learning. To attain the goal of continuous improvement, we use the Continuous Quality Improvement Cycle, or CQI cycle, where we plan, carry out those plans, collect data to analyze and study, and take action to make needed changes. Throughout this cycle, we maintain 2 priority areas. The first one includes point of service quality goals that involve ensuring a supportive environment, active and engaged learning, and healthy choices and behaviors. The second one is programmatic quality goals, which focuses on quality staff, program management, and collaborative partnerships. Through the CQI process, we ensure our students' and families' needs are heard, addressed, and met. The intent of the program is to assist in closing opportunity gaps for our students by offering a physically and emotionally safe environment, offering opportunities for building relationships, offering hands-on, engaging learning experiences to promote and captivate students through meaningful, student-centered, enriching learning activities. Partnerships like those we currently have with LERPD, the Livermore Public Library, Nike, and Pino's Palette are key to the success of our program, and would like to ensure we recognize them as we appreciate their partnerships and look forward to future collaborative efforts. As we look forward to the next school year and beyond, we would like to assure the community of our district's commitment to supporting the ELO ACES program. Therefore, we plan to continue to offer a before and after school program to TK and 6th grade students at Maryland Avenue and Junction K schools, and offer recreational opportunities at other schools. We plan to offer access and prioritize TK to 6th grade students who are unduplicated across our district. We expect to serve an increasing number of students by way of before and after school program and through recreational options. We anticipate growth of the program as we serve more students and offer them a plethora of expanded learning opportunities. So we appreciate the opportunity and time to offer you the information about the ELO ACES program, and also permitting us to spotlight this wonderful and excellent program. Thank you. If you have any questions,
Thank you very much.
we'll take them.
We have no cards on it, so we're going to close public comment. Trustee Guzman.
Yes, thank you. I may have missed it. Who staffs the before and after school program?
So currently we have a collaborative partnership with LARPD.
Okay.
So we have, every year we have an MOU with LARPD. So for this current school year, we've been partnering with LARPD for staffing.
So this is different from ESS or anything else, correct? Okay,
Yes.
I wanted to be clear on that. And then, so they're going to be at Maryland, or it's at Maryland and Junction. The other question is, I saw that it's open up to other students for the occupational, I think.
Unduplicated students or recreational.
Recreational, thank you, not occupational, recreational.
Yes.
But could a student that does not attend either one of those schools participate in the morning or after school program? Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you for your question. Yes,
Okay.
we have had students that participate. We have had at Junction students that come over from Jackson Elementary, and the parents have been willing and offered to drive the student over just because they see how great the program is and the opportunities that they have. So yes, we've had families from Jackson attend Junction, and then families from Lawrence as well. And at Maryland, we've had families from Rancho come over.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. This is an action item. If there's no other questions, I'd entertain a motion on this item.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program plan.
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Prusso. It's been seconded by Trustee Drone. Is there any discussion on the motion? Then Madam Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Myself, aye. Trustee Druin.
Aye.
Trustee Guzman.
Aye.
President Bueno.
Aye. That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to move, from there, we're going to move to our consent items. 11, I believe it's 11.2 through 11.19.
I move that we approve consent items 11.2 through 11.19 in their entirety.
I second that.
We have a motion by trustee Prusso to move the consent items 11.2 through 11.19 in their entirety, and that motion has been seconded by trustee Wong. Any discussion on the motion? Madam Clerk, if you'd call the roll.
Trustee Guzman.
Aye.
Trustee Druid.
Aye.
Myself, aye. Trustee Wong.
Aye.
President Bueno.
Aye, and the motion carries unanimous. We have no consent resos, and we didn't remove anything for separate discussion. So we're going to start with trustee Guzman. Any updates?
I can read them next time. No.
Trustee Druid?
Livermore retirement was awesome. Bike to schools was really fun. I got to hang out with Ravi, pass out stickers. The Governor May revised meeting was enlightening and depressing, but it was an interesting experience. The LMA breakfast was wonderful.
Thank you. Trustee
Pass.
Prusso?
I'll pass.
Oh, now I feel bad. Okay, I won't list all my events, but I did want to mention that I am now guardian of my nephew who is attending Joe Mitchell School and is on the track team. It's my first experience with middle school track, and I want to just really acknowledge the coaches who are so great with the kids. They're really out there to teach them the sport and how a meet works, and so encouraging, clapping for every last kid, telling them, go, go, beat your time. I just love that. And then I want to thank my third and fourth graders at Maryland Avenue. I had the great privilege of working with a group of third graders and a group of fourth graders at Maryland this year, and they've been the highlight of my week. Sorry to the rest of you, but every Friday I get to go over there and sorry. And I want to thank their teachers, Ms. Rosenden and Mr. Kishi, for pulling these groups together for me. So I just want to thank my kids, David, Camila, Audrey, Lily, Autumn, Noah, and then the fourth graders, Axel, Sophia, Alexandria, Zayden, and Jackie. They are just the most awesome kids. Excited to watch them grow up in our district. On Sunday, I attended the We the People fundraiser to bring the program to Livermore. So great. I won't go into how great that is. I know it's late. This past weekend, I attended the CSBA Delegate Assembly meeting, which is my first time. Also very interesting. I can talk to you all about it offline. Won't go into details now. And we had our last policy committee meeting. And then just want to say, Trustee Guzman and I climbed a fire truck ladder, which I know doesn't impress President Bueno, but we were pretty impressed with ourselves. I wanted to get off that ladder as fast as possible, and I chased her up the ladder.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I want to thank the folks who came and stayed, and there's no need to apologize because it's just the work of the district to get through this stuff. And for the folks who did come and speak passionately and eloquently on the IB thing, I understand the concern that a pause could be a death sentence for a program, and I would encourage you to stay engaged, to work with the district, work with Mr. Van Schack, to work on maybe there's a possible solution. It was a decision that was made for a fiscal need, and if we pause something, this district's always been, since I've been on it, and probably way before me, about collaboration. There's clearly a lot of kids that are engaged on this. A lot of people are benefiting from it. People have moved here from other areas. So I would encourage your engagement with the district to continue to look at this. I worked in government agencies my entire life. I said, when they handed me the keys to a department of municipality, it was in November of 07, when the whole economy was crashing. And one thing I know about government agencies in the state and the federal government is they usually plan for worst case, and worst case never seems to happen. So if we can continue to work together, to work for solutions, I'm sure we can get through something. I don't know what the outcome will be, but currently we're being painted into a corner. So I would, to me, that is the worst time to break ties and to not collaborate, because then you're always going to get worst case scenario. So I would encourage folks to continue to work on that. That's all I've got. Mr. Van Schack. Okay, before we go. All right, we are adjourning at 043 hours.